Alrighty, everybody, and welcome back to another live stream here in the channel. Hopefully you guys are all having a great Saturday so far. Let's see what we have here in the chat. So far we have Indiana, Caleb, Kaylee, as well as Edits, Sam, and everyone else who's watching who may not be chatting. Glad to have you in here, or if I forgot to welcome you, glad to have you in here as well. Positivity. So yeah, also welcome Jefferson and Pete. That little beep that you probably just heard, that is a new addition. The overlay had an update, and now every time we get a new warning, we got to deal with a beep. So any new severe thunderstorm watch, any updated severe watch, any updated severe warning, any tornado warnings, any updated tornado warnings, anything regarding severe weather, we will hear that beep, and it will notify us of a new update. And there's another one. So that is a new severe thunderstorm warning out there in northwest Alabama. So let's go ahead and switch on over to a new scene. We'll go with this one for now. Hopefully everything is good to go. We do still have an enhanced risk today. We have an enhanced risk for tomorrow as well. So plenty of severe weather to talk about, and also plenty of severe storms to start to track here. These storms are starting to go considerable. We have 2 considerable severes now. So I wanted to hop on here so we could talk about these storms and track them as they go into a very populated area. This is going into northeast Mississippi, now beginning to enter into northwestern Alabama. We possibly did have a unwarned tornado quite a while ago at this point. Way back here in Sherman, there was a debris signature for a few scans just to the northwest of Sherman, going through Sherman, and then eventually north of Tupelo. We did have a debris signature there. Now, that could have been associated with damaging winds with how much inflow we had detected by the velocities here. But it also could have been a brief spin-up tornado, so could have been one or the other there. May have had a brief spin-up tornado. You could see a report of trees down very close to that debris signature where it occurred. That was about like 25 or so minutes ago. But these storms are going to mainly be damaging winds and a brief spin-up tornado threat. We could see also some small hail embedded inside of some stronger supercells, whether that be embedded supercells or possibly even the chance for some hail with these partial prefrontals. I don't know if I would really call them full-blown prefrontals. They're just really in front of the line. Could get some small hail with those. So not really a big tornado threat today. If we take a look at the tornado risk, we do have a 2% tornado risk all the way from northeastern Texas, southeast Oklahoma, all the way back into southwest North Carolina, all the way into northeastern Georgia. Two other separate 2% tornado risks, one back up here in northern Texas, one in central Texas. And there is an MCV. There's a remnant MCV across Missouri, and that could promote the potential for a few tornadoes in Missouri, central Missouri into also eastern Missouri. So we'll keep an eye on that area as well going throughout the rest of today. We'll just need to watch that, see if we get any areas of rotation along, whether it be a line or discrete storms in front of that line. So we'll keep an eye on both of those areas. So 3 different areas, really four different areas to keep an eye on for tornadoes today. That's your main 4 regions. Again, the ongoing storms there in Mississippi, Alabama, going into Georgia, 2 separate risks in Texas, and 1 in Oklahoma there, and then another area on the Kansas-Missouri border. So really 4 different areas to watch for tornadoes today. Now, if I switch over to our outlook here, go to categorical risk, we do have an enhanced risk for severe storms today. That is centered over portions of Mississippi, Tennessee, back out into Georgia. We did have an overnight MCS that caused multiple tornadoes, potentially even a strong tornado or 2. Also caused upwards of 110-mile-per-hour winds, I believe, around or southwest of Tulsa. It was somewhere near Tulsa. We had upwards of 100-mile-per-hour winds last night. And that MCS has continued to push off to the east. It's weakened quite a bit, but now it's beginning to re-strengthen out here in northwest Alabama, northeast Mississippi. We're starting to see some re-intensification of that MCS. So the main threat today, obviously, is damaging winds of 70 to 80 miles per hour. Isolated large hail upwards of 2-inch in diameter, and then a few spin-up tornadoes are all possible. Tomorrow is a very different story. Tomorrow has the opportunity to go moderate here in 3 minutes. The new SPC outlook for tomorrow will be out in 3 minutes, and there is the chance that we see a moderate risk, 45 significant wind risk introduced for tomorrow. I haven't checked. That outlook may already be out. Let's see. Okay, that outlook is not out just yet, but there is a chance that we end up with a moderate risk for a 45 significant wind risk for tomorrow, whether it be on the day 2 outlook or by the time we get to the day 1 outlook tomorrow morning. So we'll need to watch that very, very closely. There is the chance for a derecho tomorrow. Not too sure which classification to go off of. I've seen a lot of people in the weather community have actually ditched that 400 mile per hour or 400 mile long stretch of severe storms. But the National Weather Service, they still recognize it has to be greater than 400 miles in terms of severe traveled distance there. So that's the one I'm going to have to use. And in that case, a derecho is going to be very difficult to get tomorrow, but there is the chance that we see a line of severe storms that tracks from the panhandle of Texas through the Dallas area and into Louisiana and Arkansas into tomorrow night. The SPC is denoted, if you look here, they have already noted the chance for 80 to 100 mile per hour winds. This is a very rare sighting here. It is not often that you see the SPC call for upwards of 100 mile per hour winds on a day 2 outlook. That is very, very rare. So we are looking at, whether it be a derecho or not, we are looking at a very widespread, very large, long-tracked line of extremely significant and likely destructive damaging winds across Oklahoma and Texas for tomorrow. That will also include the possibility for a couple of tornadoes. Look at that tornado risk. We do have a large 5% tornado risk out in Oklahoma and Texas. And then we could also see some very large hail, potentially upwards of softball size in diameter, upwards of 4-inch hail. Probably in the panhandle of Texas into western Oklahoma would be the most likely area for that. So again, we could easily see a moderate risk for damaging winds introduced here by the Storm Prediction Center. In just a few minutes, that will update. It should update at any given minute. So we'll need to see what they go with there. All right, let me see here. Also, the tornado risk out there in the Carolinas was removed today, so thank goodness I didn't go chasing today. Tomorrow there is a 2% out in Virginia for a remnant MCV to potentially cause a few spinny storms out there. If you ever have chased in Virginia, or if you live in Eastern Virginia, that terrain is unbearable. I highly doubt I will end up chasing Virginia tomorrow. All right, let's go back down here into northeast Mississippi. We do have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning out. So this is now a PDS severe. We'll switch on over to that. So that is a PDS severe thunderstorm warning for Smithville, Amory, and Hatley in northeastern Mississippi. Both of those are destructive severes. So 2 destructive severes with this storm. That newest one goes for 44 minutes. And these just got issued. That's why you didn't hear that chime yet. I was able to catch it before that chime even occurred. And these pixels are definitely upwards of 90, 95 mile per hour velocities. So we could easily be seeing 90 mile per hour winds moving over our radar site. Let's hope this radar site could survive. Because 80 mile an hour winds, that's definitely enough to try and knock out a radar site here. So you need to be seeking shelter. This is a potentially life-threatening, or rather, this is a life-threatening situation. It is a PDS severe thunderstorm warning. A tornado is also possible with this severe storm. So we're looking at 80-plus mile an hour winds moving into Amory, Quincy, Smithville, Prairie, Nettleton in northeast Mississippi. This is a dangerous and potentially life-threatening situation. You see these velocities are very, very, very high. Some of them are even maxed out on this color table. I think those maxed out velocities are corruption, but that whole area of like darker blues there, that is 80 mile per hour winds. And likely that's 80 mile an hour winds ongoing. I want to go back over to weather-wise here. Yeah, and there's a lot of 60 mile an hour winds along this line as well, but the most destructive storm is definitely with the far southern extent of this line. No rotation with this storm, but we could see a spin-up tornado form very rapidly with this. And it was a cell merge. That's the reason for this really intensifying, is it was a cell merge. So there was a cell from the south that impacted the southern end of this line, and thus that allowed for it to intensify further. It went from about 50 to 60 mile an hour winds right up to 80 to 90 mile per hour winds with that cell merge. Northern side of the line has weakened. We're going to see very frequent changes in intensity with this line over the next few hours, but this line is going to last for all day. This line will be here all day. All right, the SPC is late. I imagine they are probably consulting with local WFOs to coordinate if they need to upgrade to a moderate or not. I wouldn't be surprised if they do, and I wouldn't be surprised if they don't. Whichever way things go, I wouldn't be surprised if we do or don't see a moderate risk. Let me go back over to weather-wise again. So, yeah, this is your main area. That's your main area for damaging winds right now of 70 to 90 miles per hour moving into Smithville over Amory. And then eventually going to move into Hatley here over the next few minutes. And again, that is a destructive PDS severe for 80 mile an hour winds. Very, very intense severe storm. No, weather-wise doesn't get it before other sites. otherwise doesn't get it before other sites. Other sites like College of DuPage and Twitter still are going to get it quicker. All right, there we go. New considerable severe out for Fulton and Belmont. That's warned for 70-mile-an-hour winds. So all of these are, they're all considerable or destructive severes. This is considerable, and that's destructive, that's destructive. The only one that's normal, this is our only normal severe right now. It's over Florence for 60-mile-an-hour winds. That could easily be upgraded to 70-mile-an-hour winds if we see any type of intensification with the northern side of this line. And again, this is likely going to continue to fluctuate in intensity today. We're going to see these periods where it really intensifies, and then sometimes it's going to get down to possibly even below severe limits, and then it will re-intensify. We've seen that multiple times already today. But this is the main area for our swath of damaging winds for today. We're going to see it track from about Tupelo, where it is now, back up towards near Savannah, Tennessee, all the way back into northwest Georgia. That's where our greatest risk for very significant damaging winds, potentially upwards of 80 miles per hour, will exist. Not many people are going to be out there chasing today. It's really a windbag, but I decided to go live because I know that this area is heavily populated. And 80-mile-an-hour winds, that is nothing to mess around with. I mean, that is very, very dangerous. You need to treat that like a tornado warning if you're in the 80-mile-per-hour severe. I'll switch back over to GR2 so you can see that. Those orange polygons are your destructive 80-mile-an-hour severes there in northeast Mississippi. WSV3 is really good, but it's very intensive. Yeah, they did just pull the day 2 moderate trigger, by the way. So we now have a day 2 moderate risk over the Texas-Oklahoma border. There is indeed a day 2 moderate. Not surprised there. Very high chance that is damaging winds. I don't see that being for anything else. Let's see what we got here. A few tornadoes, destructive wind gusts of 80 to 100 miles per hour possible. Yep, so same wording, but more confidence. So there's your moderate risk for severe weather. So we've got a day 2 moderate now. Again, on the Oklahoma-Texas border. So that's just north of the DFW. That includes Wichita Falls, Texas. This is the new hail probabilities. This is your new probabilities for hail. 30 significant hail risk. And, okay, that is... that's a bit broken right now. That's broken. That is the new probabilities, but it is broken. Okay, what's up with the 5%? Okay. We're gonna need to wait a minute because I don't know. I don't know what's happening with the 5% tornado risk out in Virginia. Dude, that's a sharp cutoff. Wow. We'll wait for those to update. They might end up having to re-update that. I don't know if that's just on College of DuPage's end or if that's actually the a mistake by the SPC. Okay, that is a mistake by the SPC. What such a cursed outlook. What in the world? So your actual moderate risk is this right here. This is your moderate risk tomorrow. That pink is broken. That pink's broken. That's not supposed to be there. That's supposed to be red. And the tornado risk up in Virginia, it's supposed to be what I have no idea what's happening there. That is a very weird 5% risk. And a very weird 5% tornado risk in Virginia. Of course, when there's a 5% tornado risk in Virginia, it's completely broken. Yeah, so they'll update that very quickly. They'll reissue that since that is definitely a mistake. Yeah, but just to hold on, we can go to Weatherwise. Weatherwise might have it already. Yep. So that includes. Hey, Caden, aren't you like on the edge of that moderate, Caden? You're like on the edge of that moderate risk. You're right on the edge of that. So there's your moderate risk for severe weather. That includes Memphis in Texas, Lawton, Oklahoma, Ardmore, Oklahoma, Wichita Falls, Vernon, Seymour, Denton, Gainesville, Sherman, and north central Texas. That is for over 1 million people in that moderate risk for very significant damaging winds. Damaging winds at near 100 miles per hour will be possible tomorrow. All right, the 5% is normal on Weatherwise, and the wind risk is normal on Weatherwise. So this is how your risk is actually supposed to look on the SPC site. It's supposed to look like that. Your 45 sig wind, much easier to spot there in Texas and Oklahoma. And then your 5% tornado risk back up in Virginia and actually Maryland. That doesn't go into NC. So there's your new outlook for tomorrow. Again, damaging winds is the reason for that outlook upgrade, which is what I was expecting. Still a destructive severe for 80-mile-an-hour winds going over Hately now. About to go directly over our radar site near Quincy in northeastern Mississippi. That's a very significant damaging wind bag there. Switch back to our analysis radar. The northern side of this line has weakened very significantly over the past 20 to 30 minutes here. It is weakened down to probably 60-mile-an-hour winds. So that new severe they issued for Florence in northwest Alabama, they'll likely keep it at 60-mile-per-hour winds. But this severe out here for Hackleburg, Hamilton, Winfield, Crossville, Vernon, Kendi, in northwest Alabama, that is still a 70-mile-per-hour severe. I don't know, Carson. I don't know. I have no idea why we're under a slight risk tomorrow in Virginia and North Carolina. At least that far south, too. It's just really precautionary because there's going to be likely a lot of instability tomorrow, so any storms that can really get going will likely be able to produce quick downdrafts of 60 miles per hour. But that tornado threat will really be focused around the Washington, D.C. area, pointing south into far northeast NC. I mean, it's possible, Indiana, but it's highly unlikely. It's unlikely, but not impossible. See you later, Caleb. So this is where your 80-mile-per-hour winds is currently ongoing again south of Amory. in northeastern Mississippi. And they did just downgrade that to 70-mile-an-hour winds. So both of the first PDS severe was canceled, and the second PDS severe has been downgraded to 70-mile-an-hour winds. You can see that the first one was canceled, second one was downgraded. So this has been downgraded to 70-mile-an-hour winds here over Quincy, going over our radar site, northeast Mississippi. Still want to be at least away from doors and windows. If not, it wouldn't be a bad idea to go to your safe spot, just in case we do end up seeing, 70 to 80 mile per hour winds in this area. For those who may be curious about Monday's outlook, here's Monday's outlook for severe weather. This will update here in about an hour and 45 minutes, but right now we have a very large slight risk that has been maintained by the Storm Prediction Center. They've expanded that in all directions. Remember, we had a day 4 slight yesterday for Monday, and now this has turned into a day 3 slight, and it is significantly larger, mainly for the potential of damaging winds, possibly some isolated large hail, and we could see a spin-up tornado or two, but the tornado threat should be very, very low for Monday. Should be very low. All right, let's go back here in northeast Mississippi again, still dealing with 70-mile-an-hour winds. About to go right over our radar site. So if you know anybody in this area in any of these severes, make sure they are away from doors and windows. Those severe storms go all the way from just northeast of Florence, Alabama, all the way back down into Berry and Fayette in northwest Alabama. And still do include Smithville, Fulton, Belmont out here in northeast Mississippi as well. Again, tornado threat is low. It's not 0, but it is low out in this area. That's our first moderate risk in June. When was the last time we had a moderate? Was our last moderate? Actually, I'm just gonna look. I can't remember. I'm pretty sure it was in the middle of May, though. Yeah, I think it was that moderate risk in Oklahoma on May 19th. That huge moderate we had in Oklahoma. Oklahoma, Arkansas, Kansas, Missouri, Texas were all in a moderate on that day. Absolute huge 15 sig torr, 45 sig wind, and 45 sig hail. So we didn't even go a month without a moderate, dude. We couldn't even make it a month. And now we got a day 2 moderate tomorrow. Dude, that was crazy. We had a moderate risk on the 16th, and then a moderate risk on the 18th and the 19th. We had 3 moderates out of 4 days in the middle of May. That's just crazy. Yeah, so tomorrow will likely be our longest coverage stream out of this sequence for severe weather. They did just update the day 2 outlook to fix that issue with the 45 sig wind and the 5% torr. So both of those should be correct now. Keyword is should be. We'll see if they fixed both of them. Yeah, so you can see this 70-mile-per-hour velocities are still pushing eastward here. So that's going to be going into Hamilton, possibly as far south as Vernon, and then going into Winfield here in a bit. So that's what was producing 80-mile-per-hour winds, now downgraded to 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be impacting the I-22 corridor here in a couple minutes in northwest Alabama. So yeah, if you guys haven't already, make sure you hit that like button. Share this stream with your family, friends, social media. It's greatly appreciated. Help get the word out about severe weather today. And yeah, also subscribe if you are new. We'll be live for a very long time tomorrow. You know what they did? Look at this. They forgot. They did not see that 5% tornado risk. You got to be kidding me. So they fixed the wind risk. That's now fixed. But the tornado risk in Virginia is still left. It's still left not filled correctly. Corrected for line error. Yeah, but you missed the 5% in Virginia. So they corrected one thing but forgot the other. Dude. That 5% tour in Virginia still needs to be fixed. Further north up towards Florence, Alabama, because I know we've had some people from Florence, Alabama in this stream before. There is a pocket of 60-mile-an-hour winds just to your southwest. We'll see where that goes. I think that's going to head very, very close to Florence. That looks to be heading up like this to the northeast. So 60-mile-an-hour winds will definitely be a real possibility from Florence, Alabama, back down towards Louisville. So we'll watch that closely, see exactly where that pocket of 60-mile-per-hour velocities end up going, which it should go, like I said, towards Florence in northwest Alabama. They've still maintained the 70-mile-an-hour severe out here from Hackleburg all the way down to Fayette and Berry, as well as Millport in northwest Alabama. You can still see all these velocities here of upwards of 70 miles per hour moving off to the east. Like I said, downstream, this is going to be a very long event today. Tomorrow will be an even longer event. Storm should fire tomorrow at probably, like 2, 3 o'clock? Right around there. Yeah, storms will fire tomorrow right about 3 p.m. and they will continue throughout much of the rest of the day into the night hours. Storms won't exit the enhanced risk tomorrow until probably about 3 a.m. So we'll likely have to be live all day tomorrow into the night hours. We'll likely be live. The good news is there's not any crazy trough associated with our possible derecho tomorrow. So the tornado threat will likely be on the lower side of things in terms of tornado threats with derechos. It should be on the lower side of things. But who knows? Maybe we'll see an uptrend. Either way, we're going to see tornadoes tomorrow. We will see tornadoes tomorrow. There's no doubt in my mind with that. With how crazy that line's going to be, there will be tornadoes. And there you go. For the third time in a row. They have issued their day 2 risk. Let's see if they fix the 5% this time. 3 times a charm. The third time's a charm for this one. Severe watch was just disextended, so if you are in Batesville, Oxford, Holly Springs in Mississippi, Somerville, Jackson in southwest Tennessee, you've been removed from that severe watch. What's the tornado props on this? 20%? Yeah, 25. So there's definitely the chance for a spin-up tornado, possibly 2, but it's not likely today. It's just a possibility. We're not anticipating any tornadoes today. I'm curious to see how that sleeper risk may pan out there in Missouri. That starts to kick up towards 3 o'clock, about an hour from now. 3 o'clock Eastern in central Missouri. We should see an increase in some tornado threat. A new severe storm out here in northeast Mississippi for Columbus and West Point in northeast Mississippi. If you're in that area, just make sure you are away from doors and windows. You'll be fine. They're still continuing with the observed 70-mile-an-hour severe over our radar site in northeast Mississippi. Yeah, and it's these little pockets of higher velocities. These little pockets of higher velocities that are going to be capable of producing your 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. These areas of just downburst. But this whole area is definitely going to be able to produce 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds, and it's just going to be, like I said, those pockets on the leading edge right in here that will be capable of producing 70, possibly even locally higher than that for wind gusts. Ben, are you stupid? Are you stupid, buddy? We literally have a 45 sig wind tomorrow, and it's a moderate risk. Do you not have a brain? Like, hello? Literally just talked about a 45 sig wind risk tomorrow being a moderate, and then you're in chat saying, is a 45 sig wind moderate? This dude. Yeah, pocket of 60-mile-an-hour winds still ongoing, heading towards Florence in northwest Alabama, so that's why this severe is still in effect for 19 more minutes. But main portion of this line is definitely on the southern end, and I'm curious to see how far south this this line can stretch. Our models have not handled this threat well at all. The HRRR believes that this line will be fully gone at 3 o'clock. It will begin to be sub-severe. Maybe a severe storm or two on the northern side, but pretty much at 3 o'clock, the HRRR says this line's going to be done, which I highly doubt that will happen. I highly doubt we'll just see this thing die out in an hour. We have a lot of cape. We have a lot of cape. Not as much as tomorrow. We have about 2,000, 2,500 cape today. Tomorrow, do I even want to say the numbers? Let's just say the HRRR shows over 6,000 instability in some spots. So we're probably going to see 6,000 to 7,000 cape tomorrow inside portions of our moderate risk pointing north as well. We're going to have a little bit of instability, just a little bit. Still those little areas of downburst, potentially producing up to 70-mile-per-hour winds there south of Hamilton. West of Winfield in northwest Alabama. You know what? Y'all, if tomorrow does not get upgraded to a 10 sig Tor, we probably will see a PDS severe watch. We will probably see a PDS severe thunderstorm watch tomorrow if we don't get a 10 sig Tor. We will have to see if that tornado threat increases at all. I think there is a good chance we see a 10 significant tornado risk introduced, but if we don't see a 10 sig Tor and we stay at 5% tornado risk, there is a very high likelihood we will see a PDS severe watch. So, Ben, a PDS severe watch overpowers a tornado watch. So, if we get a high enough wind probability, we can get a 95 wind, 95 wind watch. And that would force it to be a severe watch. So, we could have a severe thunderstorm watch with 60-40 tornado probabilities, and then like 77 hail, or 70-70 hail, and then 95-95 wind. We could have a severe watch with tornado watch probabilities, as long as that severe watch is PDS. A PDS severe watch overpowers a tornado watch's probabilities. So, I think there is a chance we could actually get a PDS severe watch tomorrow. Now, if we get a 10 sig tornado risk, we might just end up seeing a very high probability to wind threat. It just depends. It depends. We'll have to see. We'll have to see confidence in a derecho. But we could quite easily see a PDS severe watch tomorrow. Even if it goes 10 sig Tor, that still might be an opportunity and a possibility. PDS severe watch is actually, in my opinion, rarer. I don't know the actual statistics, but we sometimes we don't even get a PDS severe watch. I think we only get like one or two, maybe not even one a year. I feel like a severe watch is rare. But again, I don't know the statistics with it. Because to have enough confidence, a PDS tornado watch, you can have a PDS tornado watch. I think is it 90/80? I don't know if it's a PDS tornado watch with 80/80. I think it has to be 90/80 for a PDS tornado watch. Whereas a PDS severe watch, the wind threat has to be like 95/95. So I feel like a PDS severe watch is actually rare. Both of them are still very rare, but I think a PDS severe watch would probably be more rare. But again, I don't know the statistics from it. Personally, I have seen more PDS tornado watches than severe watches. In my 5 years of tracking weather, I have seen more PDS tornado watches than PDS severe watches. That pocket of 60 mph winds looks to have weakened. There's still some pockets of 50 mph velocity, so we could still see 50 to upwards of 60 mph winds here, especially on that northern side, especially right in here, going into Florence, Alabama. But the greatest wind threat is still with the southern side of this line. This is still where we're seeing 70 mph velocities. And that's going to continue to move off to the east / slightly southeast, going towards Fayette, Winfield, Brilliant, Jasper, Carbon Hill, Double Springs Parish, Dora, Oakman, West Jefferson in northwest Alabama. So make sure you're away from doors and windows there if you're in the severes in northwest Alabama. There is no PDS severes right now, so there's nowhere where you have to be seeking shelter. But I would recommend getting to your safe spot if you are out here in Brilliant, Winfield, or Fayette in northwest Alabama, because these winds could easily approach 70 mph. And that's very, very windy. That is definitely enough to knock down some trees. Let's see here. All right. So we're going to continue to watch this. Line of damaging winds again. Tornado threat is still fairly on the lower side here. It's still on the lower side at the moment. Okay. Sorry, I was trying to find the text someone on Twitter asked. They thought it was 400 kilometers, not miles. But they changed the definition for a derecho. It is 400 miles. I just re-looked it up just to make sure I was correct. So the new criteria is several well-separated 75 mph wind gusts or greater. Wind gusts have at least 58 miles per hour for an entire swath of more than 400 miles along its entire length. Its full length needs to be about 60 miles wide. So it needs to be 60 miles, say, for tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll use as an example. We'll go to the HRRR here. We'll use the HRRR for an example, which is not the best idea, but still. So you have to have a line that is more than 60 miles. This would be 200, but it has to stretch from 400 miles too. It has to cause 400 miles worth of 58 plus mile per hour wind gusts. So say it starts in maybe like right in here is where it starts. And it goes all the way into northeast Texas. Right here is where it stops. That's still 370-ish miles. So that might not hit that criteria. So, if it was 2021, we would probably be forecasting a derecho tomorrow. The SPC would probably say a derecho is likely tomorrow because that criteria would be 240 miles instead of 400. But with the new criteria introduction, it's now 400 miles, very close to double the original criteria for a derecho. Which is why the other day we were talking about it feels impossible for us to see a new derecho. Or another derecho, I should say. It feels seemingly impossible for us to get another derecho. So if we were still going off the old criteria, yeah, we're probably going to see a derecho tomorrow. But if we're using the new criteria, which we have to, because that's the National Weather Service's new criteria, then we will probably not see a derecho tomorrow. It's still possible. It's just I find it probably very difficult for us to see a derecho tomorrow. For us to see a line that travels 400 miles. I think the old one is better too, but like I said, we have to use and go off the National Weather Service. How's Florence, Alabama? There's 50 to 60 mile per hour winds moving through your area right now. Tornado threat is near zero. It's very, very low. Hail threat is very low as well. Is there even a hail threat with it? Yeah, hail around 0.75 inch in diameter, but the main threat is maximum winds up to 60 miles per hour. Right now, velocities show 30 to 50 mile an hour winds, so worst case scenario, you could get a gust of 60 miles per hour, but the storm looks fairly on the weaker side. I would be pretty surprised if we actually achieve that 60 mile per hour gust. A new severe watch will be needed across portions of Georgia, Tennessee, North Carolina, and South Carolina in the near future. That is a very early mesoscale discussion. Our line is now approaching and is fully entered northwest Alabama, and we just got an MCD for a new severe watch in northern Georgia. That is very far. I don't think we're going to get that new watch for a couple of hours. So a new severe watch will be issued across this red area here. So that should at least include Atlanta, Gainesville, Georgia, up through Chattanooga and Knoxville, Tennessee. It could go as far east as potentially into Greenville or a county west of Greenville, South Carolina. It should also include like Andrews and Franklin in southwest Tennessee. That is a very ahead of time MCD. Damaging wind gusts of 70 to 80 miles per hour. And hail upwards of 1.5 inches in diameter, as well as the possibility for a weak tornado will be the main hazards. All right, we did just get an update to this severe, still 70 mile an hour winds, and we are seeing new severes all the way down into Reform and Carrollton. It's a new update for your severe warning in Alabama. So that was this one. We get it earlier than our little beep. That was an update to this severe warning being updated to 70 mile per hour winds. Weatherwise is so fast, dude. It's a Star Wars themed event, Kaylee. It actually looked pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. But I've drifted away from Fortnite, dude. I've moved into full weather. Another updated severe. Yeah, you're gonna hear a lot of those beeps. I probably won't have that on tomorrow because man, we would be getting beeps like every 5 seconds. So that's a severe thunderstorm warning has expired. How loud is that beep? I might need to turn that down just so it doesn't get too annoying. Because it's a separate audio, so I can turn it down a lot. So that beep was for the expiring of a severe storm for Aberdeen, no longer in a severe northeast Mississippi. Still, again, at 60 to 70 mile-an-hour winds ongoing with this severe from Vernon back up into Hackleburg, Mississippi. Or rather, Alabama, my bad. We're in Alabama now. We're going into Alabama. And they did extend that severe for 70 mile-an-hour winds into Carbon Hill, Double Springs, and Jasper, northwest Alabama. Yeah, that's much quieter. Was that better? I might turn it up just a little bit because I don't want it to be overwhelmingly loud. It's not like GR Earth. I couldn't control GR Earth's beeps. I can with this one. But yeah, the next time I'll chase is probably going to be a very long time. I won't be chasing tomorrow. We have a moderate risk, so I don't plan to chase in Virginia. I'll be covering the moderate in Oklahoma and Texas. We'll have to start keeping an eye out for areas of rotation along this line. There's not much right now, but north of Brilliant, there's a little area of winds. Might be approaching like 70 to 80 miles per hour. Tomorrow's event should really kick off near 3 o'clock Eastern. Indiana, I'll likely be live for 11 or 12 hours tomorrow. I'll probably start up at 3 and we'll probably go till about 2 a.m. That's like the maximum I'll do, but I'm thinking that's what I'll do. With how significant it looks right now, it looks like probably one of the most prolific damaging windbags we've seen in a very long time. We could be talking about widespread 90 mile an hour winds tomorrow. Unless we see downtrends, so we're either going to trend one way or the other. We're either going to start to downtrend and we won't see as prolific of a windbag, but still could see gusts of 90 to 100 miles per hour. Or we're going to stay with the trends we're still seeing and we're going to end up seeing widespread 90 mile an hour winds. One or the other. Give me a second. Okay. So still two considerable severes in place across northwest Alabama. With a 3-hour break for race coverage. Yeah. We do have Michigan tomorrow. I caught half the truck race today, and then I just decided to go live. I mean, tomorrow it starts at 7:30, so... Actually, no, it starts at Wait. Today's Saturday. Duh. I'm off on my day again. Yeah, tomorrow it starts at 2 p.m. There you go. For some reason, I was thinking today was Friday. I literally got stuck on thinking today is Friday. Man. Either a very prolific wind event or a derecho. Really, one or the other. That's why we have a moderate risk. We're either going to see one of the most prolific wind events we've seen in a really long time, or we're going to see still a prolific wind event tomorrow. Just either a bad scenario or a worse scenario. That's really what it's going to be. I wonder what Trey thinks of this. We'll probably hear him tomorrow. We'll hear the infamous "Hey everybody, Trey here." We've got a moderate risk for severe weather. Yep, it's a lose-lose situation. I bet he won't do a day 2 update. I don't know though. He's chasing a lot. He's a chaser himself, and he has his own course now, his own awesome how to be a storm chaser course. So he's very focused on that. And that's a lot to juggle. Trying to juggle between your own course that's funding the chases, and you have to, of course, chase. And then he has his own tour guide. And then he has his own YouTube channel. That's a lot to juggle, dude. That is a lot to juggle. YouTube, touring with other people so that way they can, that is storm chasing tour guide. And then he's a storm chaser himself. And then, of course, the YouTube channel. And that's a lot of stuff, dude. Russellville, Alabama. I think the worst of the winds will definitely stay away from Alabama tomorrow. You look. Let me see exactly where that is. You might be in really almost the clear. Yeah, so you're northwest Alabama. So today was your last really good threat for severe weather. There is going to be a chance for severe storms on Monday, but it doesn't look that bad right now. Monday doesn't look as bad as what we just saw today. And tomorrow, I mean, man, you may not even see rain tomorrow. The best rain chance looks to be early tomorrow morning, but yeah, I don't really see much. Early tomorrow morning and then late in the evening. So we're talking about best rain chances before 8 a.m. tomorrow. Probably before 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, and then also after like 6 p.m. tomorrow evening. So if you have any afternoon work, yeah, I would recommend doing it probably like right after lunch or right around there if you can. And also make sure you're taking frequent breaks because it's, you might be able to reach up into the 90s for temperatures there. So make sure you're taking frequent breaks. Let's see. Martin, Tennessee. Yeah, so you're northwest Tennessee. Really not going to see much. I mean, you're in 3 different marginal risks. So that's 3 different level 1 out of 5 risks for severe weather. And all 3 days, it just looks like you have an isolated chance for some thunderstorms and heavy rain. I don't think it will be anything significant. Yep, not bad at all. Around us, out here in Virginia, I really don't see anything, to be honest with you. I just see some rain showers, and that's about it. But it's summer. So when you have a mixture of high instability and a lot of forcing mechanisms, you can easily see overperforming damaging windbags. So thus, we have a slight risk and marginal risk across the region today. We have a slight risk and marginal across the region tomorrow. And we have a marginal risk across the region on the day following that. Monday. There you go. Main threat is definitely damaging winds. Yeah, so if you are on the northern side of this line and going into Rogersville, Athens, Hillsboro, looks like this is going to be on the weaker side of things. Still could have wind gusts up to about 60 miles per hour, but it's not as bad as what we're seeing further south, where we could see 70 to 80 mile an hour winds happening. Superman to do with blowing up the Death Star. That's Fortnite for you, Kaylee. That's Fortnite. Of course they would have to include something like that. But yeah, if you guys haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button too. We're trying to get to 10,000 subscribers around the time frame of the end of June. And we're coming up on 9,800. I think we have a chance to hit it either in late June or early August. Or early July, my bad. I know my months, I promise. I know my months. Allentown, Pennsylvania. Yeah, you're really far north, but actually, look at that. There's a line of storms moving through right now. Look at that little surprise line. See, that's what I'm talking about. It's what you got to be aware of in summer. Just get these random lines that aren't forecasted and just flop out of nowhere. It's not that strong, though. Maybe 30 mile an hour winds, 20, 30 mile an hour winds, very heavy rain and some lightning right now. But nothing significant. Updated severe warning out there in Alabama. I believe that's just continuing with the threat. I don't think that's upgraded at all. Yep, wind. Oklahoma City looking like for tomorrow. Oh, boy. Huh, yeah. So either you're going to get a lot of damaging winds, or you're going to be upgraded to the moderate risk and you could get a derecho. One or the other. So either damaging winds or damaging winds. I do think there's a chance we see the moderate risk expand substantially in all directions if confidence does increase in a derecho occurring. Right now, the highest confidence is definitely in the moderate risk area, but also going up towards like Woodward too. So I wouldn't be shocked if our moderate risk gets expanded more like this for tomorrow. I could easily see that moderate risk going all the way up into Oklahoma City, almost into Woodward, if things continue to trend the way they are. The main bust scenario, there is a bust scenario for tomorrow's event where we could get very, very lucky. And that scenario would be a line of storms firing early. And because they fire early, it takes out all of the afternoon instability. So we go from 6,000 instability to literally 500 to 1,000 instability for the derecho threat. So there is a chance that could happen. The chance of that happening is probably near zero. And we will know tomorrow, if there is a storm ongoing tomorrow at 1 o'clock in the panhandle of Texas, we would know that, okay, that means the threat's going to underperform to some extent. That's our main bust factor for tomorrow. It comes down to if one storm fires and takes out much of the warm sector, which I only see one model run doing that, so that's why they upgraded to a moderate risk, because the chance of that happening is literally next to none. Wichita Falls, Texas is in the moderate, likely going to see 80 to 100 mile per hour winds. No, there is no main bust factor. The only bust factor tomorrow is an outflow boundary with a severe storm towards 1 o'clock. And that bust factor is like a 1 in... It's a very low chance. I don't want to give you an exact probability. I was about to, but no thanks. Some thunderstorms starting to fire here in Virginia, North Carolina, but they're really not doing much. Just rain and some thunder. Our main line in the U.S. is focused over northwest Alabama right now, moving into north central Alabama. Big time windbag of 60 to 70 mile an hour winds moving through this area. And it will continue to move through this area for multiple more hours. How fast is this even moving? That's one thing I haven't checked. I'm not going to lie. East at 45. East at 60. And this should be moving slowest. Oh, east at 55. So actually the slowest portion of this storm is the northern side. That's a bit weird. Not gonna lie. From my experience, normally it's the northernmost and the middle storm that moves the fastest, and then the southernmost storms move the slowest away from the cold front. But this is a little different. The northern one is moving the slowest, middle one is moving the fastest, and then the southern one is still moving very fast as well. Enhanced type event, yet it's a moderate risk. You got a lot of logic today there, Ben. Yeah, the only way I don't see the moderate risk playing out is if we see that morning convection that wipes out the open warm sector. Yeah, I don't see a way we see downtrends tomorrow. There's not much to downtrend. There's really not much. We're going to have a huge open warm sector with a bunch of instability. I mean, I don't really see a way how tomorrow doesn't end with a big-time windbag. There's a chance for a derecho tomorrow, but we were just talking about the criteria the NWS has introduced. There's a new criteria. It's now 400 miles. So a line of storms has to be a 60-mile wide storm, producing 60 plus mile an hour winds for 400 miles or greater, and it has to produce multiple swaths of 75 miles per hour or greater across that 400 plus mile length. So whilst a derecho is definitely possible with the new criteria, it's going to be pretty difficult to actually achieve. The old derecho criteria used to be a 50-mile wide severe storm for 250 miles. That was the old criteria back in 2021. But that newest criteria, it's really not, it's not very new, but it's still, a lot of people still think it's 240 miles for, or 240, 250 for the criteria of a derecho, and that's not true anymore. It's changed. So that's an update to our severe over Tuscaloosa County. Severe storm for 60 mile an hour winds, 0.75-inch hail there. Is that beep good, by the way? Is it too low, too high, just right? That little beep just means it could mean a new warning or an updated warning or warning expired. Just means something has changed. Still continuing with a 70 mile per hour severe over Jasper in northwest Alabama. You think it's going to get annoying after we hear it probably 400 times tomorrow? we will probably We're gonna have to get a beep counter if we keep this like for the entire streams. We're gonna have to get a beep counter because it's probably gonna hit like 400 tomorrow. There's still the higher pitch beep from Weatherwise, but the beep from GR Earth is gone. That software glitched out for me and I can't get it back right now, so I just canceled my subscription for that. As we go back into winter, there's a chance I renew it in winter or early next year. We'll see. I don't know. Weatherwise is becoming my favorite software. It's right up there with GR2. I don't even know why I have Radar Omega open. It's just chilling in the background, doing literally nothing. Just taking up RAM. We do get hurricane warning beeps and blizzard beeps and winter storm warning beeps and flash flood warning beeps. I can easily do that. Right now, I have it set for tornado watches, severe warnings, and tornado warnings. I have it set for those 4 things, but I can change it to hurricanes, tropical storms, flash floods, winter storm warnings. Another update that's for the severe storm in Pickens County, Alabama. Which is one of these. That's for one of these. GR2 analysis costs like about 200. Last time I checked, it was about $250. And it's a one-time payment. That's the really good thing. It's a one-time payment. So here's the link for it for those who might want to get it. So you click that link. It brings you to that, obviously, the page. And then you scroll down all the way to nearly the very bottom. If you go to the very bottom, you're going to see system requirements. It's 2 sections above that. It's above system requirements, and then it goes to notes. And then above notes, it goes to purchase, and that's where you can purchase GR2 Analysis 3.0. It's still $250. There is a 21-day free trial, so if you like it, after 21 days, you can decide to purchase a key and then enter the key into the software, and then that unlocks the software. Nope, no monthly. No monthly. That's why I love it. You only got to pay, well, it's not an only. You have to pay $250 down. That's a lot of money. But after that, there's no subscription. It's not like Radar Omega where you have to consistently buy, $100 this year, next year, $100, next year, $100, next year, $100. And then by the time, if you keep your Radar Omega subscription for like a whole lifetime, like say, I don't know, 70, 80 years, that's like $7,000, $8,000. So when you look at it that way, for your whole life, if you get GR2 analysis, you have that for your whole life, $250. You don't have to pay again ever. Whereas with Radar Omega, you're going to have to keep paying that for as long as you keep it. Weatherwise too, but Weatherwise's subscription isn't as bad. I haven't looked at the pricing of their subscription right at the moment. Let's see. Yeah, so Weatherwise's subscription is $7, I think, a month. It's still a bit pricey, but what in the MCD? What is that? I just tweeted a comment under that. No hazards, I guess. So look at this MCD. This is a crazy MCD. We have an MCD for no hazards. Risk for severe wind gusts capable of producing damaging wind gusts should increase between 19 to 22 Z and eventual watch issuance as possible. No hazards are on there, though. Normally there's hazards right here. But that front's already past me, so I won't get anything out of this. I don't plan on chasing that. I mean, it's just damaging wind gust. Worst case scenario, there's 70 or 60 mile an hour winds, so I just don't feel like that's worth chasing. It is a bit more of a discrete to clustered mode, so. Oh, also, Weatherwise does have the free option. That's what I'm using. For those who are curious, everything you see on this software that I've been using, it's all free. I have the free version still. Lucky just said the blue MCD for us means blue skies. He's probably not wrong. Yeah, so you can see these are a little bit more discrete in nature. And then you do have that cluster over Danville. So it's going to be a pretty cool structure day. You know, if you like shelf clouds, which I love shelf clouds, it might be worth the chase. But I've chased so much, I'm starting to limit my chasings for the moment. Good question about the environment. I'm only going to chase setups that I deem good enough. No lower level wind shear. There is upwards of 2,000 to 3,000 instability. On the coastal area, there's actually 4,000 instability. Not too shabby. Your temperatures are at about 85 with dew points into the low 70s, so you do have a 10 to 15 degree temperature dew point spread, so definitely more on the elevated side of things. That's a new severe warning for southern Tennessee, for Pulaski and Lawrenceburg for 60 mile an hour winds, 0.75 inch hail. That is an updated severe for northwest Alabama over Athens. Observed 60 mile an hour winds continue for the next 38 minutes. We've had a lot of significant damaging winds. We've had a lot of 70 mile an hour winds, and then we had 2 severes for 80 mile an hour winds, but we did have a possible... We had a possible unwarned tornado earlier. I haven't heard anything about notable damage. There was reports of some damage west of the debris signature, but over the debris signature, I haven't seen any reports of damage just yet. Let's see here. No, likely on the elevated side, Ben. It's 10 to 15, so it will probably be slightly more elevated. Like I said, once you get after 10, from 1 to 10, that's a good range. Once you get to 10 to 15, that's when you're getting a little bit more elevated. And then 15 plus is completely elevated. 20 plus, you are super elevated. That's an update to your severe watch. So I believe more of your severe watch, yeah. More of your severe watch was recently canceled across Mississippi and Southwest Tennessee. Yes, the event is ahead of schedule by a quite long shot. Where it is now, it was expected to be where it is right here. Right here in an hour, right about an hour, 50 minutes to an hour. So it's about 50 minutes to an hour ahead of schedule. We're 1 like away from 100 likes, so if you haven't hit that like button, I would greatly appreciate it. Help us spread the word about this severe threat. We are approaching a radar hole, so there's going to be a little bit of difficulties trying to read what is happening here with this storm, but currently we are seeing multiple areas of 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. It's not underperforming at all, Ben. That's just you, buddy. I'm surprised it's performing. All the model runs it last night said that this would not be here. It just showed isolated, strong, possibly a few severes in this area. And instead, we have a full-fledged line of severe storms. They have expanded that severe watch further south, so even more counties under a severe watch now. They expanded that multiple counties south to include Brent, Jimson, Alexander City, Goodwater, and 5 Points in central Alabama. Yep, it happens sometimes. Sometimes storms can be quicker than forecasted or slower than forecasted. That's a new severe warning update for the storm in Tuscaloosa. I don't know if that's came in here on WeatherWise yet. Let's see. Yeah, so what they just updated was they just took out Fayette. So Fayette and Eldridge no longer in that severe warning. I told you it beeps for every update, every new warning, every update for watches, every new watch, it's going to beep at you. Even if it's something as simple as a little disk extension or just continuing the warning, it's going to beep at you. I'll have to listen to the beep myself just to make sure it's good, but it's likely fine. I just want to double check with it. It's an enhanced risk for 60 mile an hour winds. So this is not hatched. There's no hatched risk in here. So we were anticipating widespread 60 to upwards of 70 mile an hour winds. And we've seen very widespread 60 mile an hour winds and even widespread 70 mile an hour winds. And then we did have 2 PDS severes for 80 mile an hour winds. So in my opinion, it is definitely performing as expected. Thank you guys for hitting that like button 110 times. About 11 people liked in the last minute. Pushed us right over that goal, so I really, really appreciate it. Another update for one of these severes in Alabama. So that expired text, you see the expired text under my timer there, how it says expires in 4 hours, 16 minutes. And on this next one, see what it says. Whenever that gets pushed over a little bit, that means that it's an update. So see how that says expires in 31 minutes. Listen, next time you hear that beep, you'll see the expires in 31 minutes or whatever it is actually moves a bit more to the right. And that's just to signify that it is a new update. The word new does appear, but it's actually, for some reason, the text is in black, so you can't actually see it say new. It's very hard to see. If you look closely, once you hear a beep, you'll see the word new right under that one, right here. Right under that one, you'll see the word new next to expires. But it's very much blended in. Let's see here. Man, this line is getting very large. This line is almost possibly doubled in length here. I mean, this thing's getting wide. If we go all the way back here. Yeah, I mean, this is how wide it was earlier. It was literally, this was the only severe. And that was about 40 miles from north to south. And now it's from south of Columbia all the way down into northwest Alabama. That's about 150 miles right there. So it's like tripled to nearly quadrupled in size over the last... Let me see when that other scan was. I gotta get rid of this. That was at 12:30. So ever since 12:30 Eastern, about 3 hours ago. In 3 hours, it is tripled to quadrupled in size. We almost have a severe throughout the entire north to south length of this enhanced risk. You can see there's a severe from out of the enhanced risk here all the way up to almost in the far northern portion of the enhanced in Tennessee. So right now, I mean, that's like the perfect length of the enhanced risk. Really, really well forecasted. I did not expect it to be this large or this severe of a line. I'm going to open up the... Yeah, I am going to open up the Huntsville radar site. I was going to just switch it from the Tupelo radar to the Huntsville radar, but we might need the Tupelo radar still. You know, whilst I'm at it, I'll get the Birmingham radar up too. Now I've got all 3 radars in this area. We're still going to be using Tupelos the most for the moment. So that's our only significant severe right now along this line. We have a 70-mile-an-hour severe from Addison down through Jasper and Summerton in central Alabama. So make sure you are indoors, away from doors and windows, and you will be good. What in the world? Last night's European model run shows like literally 6,000 instability over North Carolina on June 20th. Wow, the Euro model has a crazy Fantasyland run. Euro's thinking it's the GFS over here. Northeast of Barry, Alabama. Let me see if there's anything there. Talking about that near Oakman, is that? Yep, Oakman. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. Very, very weak rotation. Very often. I am live very often for these severe events, especially enhanced risks, moderate risks, and high risks. Yesterday, we were live for, was it like 4 hours? We were live for like 4 hours yesterday, and then the day before that, we were live for 7 hours. So we're live very, very often. Man, I don't even know my own. I don't even know my own color table, dude. I just picked one, and I've been using it ever since. I'm thinking of changing it. I really am. I have a different color table on GR2 than I do on Weatherwise and Radar Omega. I wish I knew the color table I have. That beep you heard was a new severe, 2 new severes. One at 60-mile-an-hour severe over Priceville down through Albertville in north central Alabama, and then a 70. There's a 70-mile-an-hour severe for the Birmingham Metro. Pete, if you're still in here, I think you are. If you were watching Truck Series, the whole field just wrecked. I have to see that replay. Do you like Weatherwise or Radar Omega better? Weatherwise all the way. Topeka, Kansas. Pretty sure you're good today. I'll go take a look here. Yeah, you're very far north. You're at risk for some thunderstorms, but I'm pretty sure those thunderstorms I'm pretty sure that's all the way to your east now. So you're in that risk, but I'm pretty sure the storms are east of Kansas City now, so you should be good. Tomorrow, you are in a level 1 out of 5 for severe weather tomorrow. At the moment, I don't see anything firing, but you could get some rain, maybe some thunderstorms if anything does fire tomorrow. And then on Monday, you're good. On Monday, you're completely clear. So tomorrow's your best chance for anything, really. Matthew, I used the 3D radar on Radar Omega once or twice in the entire time it's been a feature. The only radar where it is acceptable to use 3D, in my opinion, is GR2 analysis. Because look at this. Look at this. Watch this. Watch this old 3D scan. Look at that. Much better than any Radar Omega scan could get you. And you can still fully customize it too, just like you can on Radar Omega. But this is just so much cleaner, easier, and clearer. I need to use it more often. I keep forgetting it's a feature. It's literally the main feature of GR2 analysis, and I forget to use it. I mean, yeah, you have to buy GR2 analysis. So like I said before, it's $230 a one-time payment. No monthly subscriptions though, but it is a very pricey one-time payment. But it's worth it. For the amount of time I've been using it, I bought it about 3 years ago. So if we did that conversion with Radar Omega, a 3-year subscription on Radar Omega is probably going to run you about $300. And for GR2 analysis, it cost me $250. So in my opinion, the one-time payment is way more worth it than a yearly subscription. So I'm really thinking about getting rid of Radar Omega. I really am. I'm very much contemplating canceling my subscription. And I started that subscription when I first heard about it, like 2.5 years ago. Or 2 years ago. GR3 is $80. A lot cheaper. Still pricey, but it is $80, and it's a lot lower resolution. That was my first professional radar site was GR3. I used that for about 1.5 years, and then I discovered GR2 was much better. So for GR3, I don't have it installed, but you're stuck on this. I'm pretty sure you are stuck on smoothing. I'm pretty sure you're stuck on smoothing for GR3, and it's a lot lower resolution, and it does not have the 3D feature. I know it doesn't have this feature. It does not have a volume scanner like that. Volumetric, I think is what it's called. This also has cross-section too, just like Radar Omega. I rarely use this. The only time I use this is when we have a violent tornado, and I want to see precisely how high debris is being lofted. So I would not recommend GR3. I would recommend save up as long as it takes to buy GR2 analysis. I would recommend just saving your money. In my opinion. Even if it takes a couple of years to save up, I think it's worth just saving up for a few more years for GR2 analysis. I did something new with my audio, and I want to see if you guys are able to hear this. Okay. You cannot hear that. Good. Because I want to go watch this Truck Series clip. I ain't need no NASCAR copying writing me. Holy moly. It was a big one. How many are involved in that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Like 13, 14 trucks involved in that incident. Jeez. That was a big one. Dang it, and I missed it. Yep, 12 or more. Sounds right, Pete. We did get a new update for our severe storm. It's observed 70 mile-an-hour winds going towards Albertville in north central Alabama. Emergency management has reported 80, or rather 70 mile-an-hour wind gust. I don't see that report. Typically, it would show up as a report on here, but I don't see it right now. So emergency management just reported 70 mile-an-hour wind gusts here. Likely very close to West Point. Sorry, I'm switching everywhere. I need to get a better radar site. I think this is our radar hole. The best radar site is this one. So that's likely where we have 70 mile-an-hour winds there, near Coleman, Alabama. And that's going to start moving up to the east and northeast. Yep, right in here. 60 to 70 mile-an-hour winds moving east, just like this. And again, this is in north central Alabama. So Athens, Alabama, you're being hit by about 50 to 60 mile-an-hour winds right now. Priceville, let's see, all the way back down to South Vinemount. Couldn't see the rest of the name. South Vinemount, back into Dodge City, all the way to west of Arcophilia. You guys are being hit with 70 mile-an-hour winds, right around 70 mile-an-hour winds right now. We have also 70 mile-an-hour winds here in Jasper, Oakman, going into Summon and Dora. And then it does weaken. Tuscaloosa, you're getting close to being hit by 60 mile-an-hour winds here. 50 to 60 mile-an-hour winds impacting Samantha right now, and that's going to move into Tuscaloosa, Alabama over the next about 15, 20 minutes. Yeah, they're halfway through Alabama already. The northern, at least the northern side. The southern side, not yet. But I mean, this is like, that's literally middle of Alabama is like Athens. Athens, like literally dead north central Alabama. So these storms are passing north central Alabama. Birmingham, you're about to be hit with 60 to 70 mile-an-hour winds, but it's going to take a little while for storms to get there. It's still got a good 15, 20 minutes before storms get into Birmingham, Alabama. And once they do, they could produce up to 70 mile-an-hour winds. Vinemont. Pretty sure I said something very close to that. Yep, so the middle portion of our MCS is where the most significant winds is currently locating. So that's located from about Princeville, or Priceville, rather. Priceville. Priceville. All the way down into Oakman in central Alabama. It's where our strongest severe storms are right now. Yeah, Matthew, it does that beep. That beep is a new warning being issued. Or updated. Vinemount. Oh. I don't even see it anymore. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. South Vine. Yeah. But there's no U in that. There ain't no U in that. There's literally no U. So I don't get why that would be pronounced Mount. There ain't no you there, Ben. I think Ben's wrong. Ben's trying to pronounce it correctly, but he's actually pronouncing it incorrectly. Jasper still in a severe for 70-mile-an-hour winds. Jasper, Alabama. Yeah, see that? So that beep, see it says new. You can't even see it. It's left of expires in 14 minutes. Just left of that, it says new. You can't even see it. It's still there. It's still there. But it's very difficult to see. 3 of them. So that's 3 either some of those are updates, yeah. 2 of those are updates, at least 2. All 3. All 3 are updates. So Double Springs removed from the severe, Addison removed from the severe, Carbon Hill removed from the severe, Berry removed from the severe, Reform, Alabama, all removed from 3 severe storms. Everything is still 60 to 70 mile per hour winds here. We haven't had any observed 80 mile per hour winds that I know of. We've had multiple observed 60 and 70 mile an hour wind gusts, and we have had 2 radar indicated 80 mile an hour wind gusts. But no observed 80 that I'm aware of. Let's see. Did we get a new MCD that I missed? Nah, I saw that one. Another update. Might have been an update to your severe watch. We're getting pretty close to when we should see a severe watch issued for Tennessee, Georgia, North Carolina, possibly South Carolina. So we should see a severe watch probably in about an hour in this area. Maybe a little before that. We should see a new severe watch out in this region. So that should include Chattanooga, Knoxville, Athens, Spring City, Dayton, Benton, Ducktown in southeast Tennessee. Also Andrews, Hayesville, Franklin, Highlands, maybe even as far east as Waynesville in southwest Tennessee should be included in that. Some counties in northwest South Carolina, we may see the severe watch go as far as Pickens, Norris, and 6 Mile, maybe even as far to the southeast, rather to the southwest, as Sandy Springs, Adderson, Belton, and Williamston in South Carolina. So we'll see where we could get 1 to 3 counties inside a severe watch here in South Carolina. We'll just see how far they extend it. And then, of course, a huge portion of Georgia. Atlanta, Sandy Springs, Mapleton, Cartersville, Rome, Dalton, Blue Ridge, Blairsville, Clayton, all the way down, again, Atlanta, and probably going to be in that new watch. LaGrange, Woodbury, Thompson, Forsyth, Gray, Jackson, Greensboro, all those areas. Elberton will likely be inside a severe watch here in about an hour in portions of, well, there you go, Georgia. Well, there you go. So they did extend actually 4 counties into South Carolina. So all those areas I mentioned are now in a severe watch. Every last city I just mentioned is in a severe watch. But actually, even more than that, it went into Anderson, Williamston, Belton, Due West, Abbeville. Is that where Sam, I'm pretty sure you're in that severe watch in northwest South Carolina. It's crazy how I just spoke that into existence. I'm literally going over cities that could be in a severe watch, and then they just issued it right in front of us. Welcome, Hoops. Glad to see you in here. Oh, he's in Florida now? Well, how did he teleport there? He didn't tell me he teleported to Florida. He might have it. I just missed it. New severe in Tennessee. That little beep was actually for something in Alabama, probably a disextension. Yep. So Rogersville and Hillsborough no longer in the severe thunderstorm warning in north central Alabama. And a new severe warning for Fayetteville, Huntland, Flintville, Park City, Winchester, Easthill Springs in south central Tennessee. I'll go get you those probabilities a bit early there for that severe watch. They're still not in on Radar Omega or weather-wise. So I'll go to this watches. So that is, wow, that is a 70% wind. So same as our severe watch in Alabama. 70% chance for 10 or more 60-mile-an-hour wind events, with a 30% chance that at least one of those are around or greater than 75 miles per hour. Also a chance for very small hail, likely no larger than an inch in diameter. And a weak, brief spin-up tornado can't be completely ruled out, but that tornado threat is still very low. It is a 20% chance of 2 or more tornadoes, a very low chance. Man, we're getting updates left, right, and center. I'm telling you. See, you think this might be bad. Tomorrow is going to be probably worse. Did we get a severe over a severe or something? That's observed 70-mile-an-hour winds. So I'm pretty sure that's not anything new. But they did just disextend these two severes. The reason why we're getting a lot of beeps is because they are disextending severes left, right, and center. They are continuously disextending severe thunderstorm warnings as the storms progress. Whereas, like, yesterday in Texas and storms in Oklahoma, they just issue the severe and then eventually just let it expire or cancel it. Sometimes we'll see 1, maybe 2 disextensions, but these severes are getting like 3, 4 different disextensions. We're getting a bunch of them. I got caught up in a doom scroll on shorts and got AI weather videos. I hate AI. AI can be very, very useful, but also very annoying. There's 2 sides to AI. There's the very annoying brain rot trying to, like, AI trying to be real people. That's the annoying AI. And then there's also the powerful AI and helpful AI. For instance, like Siri, or I don't want to say the one my phone has because it will appear up. Now, what was just changed there? Oh, that was the severe watch being issued. Okay, yeah. I'm waiting for new model runs. We should get new model runs here actually now. Yeah, we're getting new model runs right now for tomorrow. No, it's not, Kaylee. Try again. Yeah, we're getting the new HRRR right now. There's going back into overtime, Pete. Yo, I might have to pull up the race chat. Hold on, I'm gonna pull up the race. I gotta pull this thing up. Let me see what Lucky said. They didn't finish. It's another wreck. That's what Lucky just sent me. 3 overtimes. All right. Don't worry. I'll bring you guys back in just a second. It's just I don't want to be sued by NASCAR today. Okay. I'll bring y'all back now. There you go. Actually, I just want to double check that this is going to be in the right area. Okay, yeah, it is. Still plenty of severes here. A lot of these are going for 70 mile-an-hour winds now. We're kind of split between 60 and 70 mile-an-hour winds on severes. We have 1, 2, 3, 70 mile-an-hour severes, but they're relatively large. Trees down in the area on Highway 69 and Arc. Oh boy, that's a big one. Arkadelphia Road. Arkadelphia Road. That's a big uns. That's in central Alabama. Huntsville, Alabama is not being put in a new severe, so they are yet to issue a new severe for Huntsville. They might not. They might not end up issuing a new severe for Huntsville. Yeah, definitely a pocket of 60 plus mile per hour damaging winds there over Prospect. The alert I use for my overlays, you can find it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is the fifth link in the description. So you have my description, then there's my title in the description, and then you have my socials, Discord, RGB, UTC clock, and it is the one under the clock. That's the overlay I use. It's the fifth link in the description. I try to link as much stuff as I can. There's also like 14 other links on my YouTube profile. So if you go to my YouTube channel, let me show you. So right there, that is right there. You can click on that and that shows you 14 more links. There's literally 14 more links that you can find stuff. That's like my socials, and then there's a bunch of websites. I have NHC, National Weather Service, Tropical Tidbits, College Dew page, Ocean Heat Content, Star for the NHC, GR2 Analysis, GR Earth, Radar Omega, Cyclonic WX, Lucky's channel. I have so much stuff attached to that. Let's see here. I need to check something really quick. I gotta go back to this. Oh, perfect. Alrighty. So, still dealing with widespread 70 mile-an-hour winds here across central Alabama. Just if you're in any of these severes, make sure you are at least away from doors and windows. If not in your safe spot, it's not a bad idea to be in your safe spot at all. Shreveport, Louisiana area tomorrow. Probably not going to see much. If you do see anything significant, it's likely going to be with the remnant MCS we see. So your main severe threat will likely be towards 2, 3 a.m. tomorrow night. Big time damaging winds will definitely be the biggest issue. But there's a lot of uncertainty on how long the line can last. The line may die out before it gets to your area, or it may strengthen as it approaches your area. So definitely want to just be weather aware for tomorrow, and likely going to want to make sure you have a weather radio just so that way you can wake up in the middle of the night when you eventually get into a severe watch or a severe thunderstorm warning. A tornado or two will be possible, but tornado threat is fairly low. Apparently we had a red flag on Truck Series 2, Pete. Man, after I stopped watching, that's when all the action happened. At the start of Stage 2 is when all the action happened, and guess what? I went live. I went live for weather coverage. Right at the start of Stage 2. Actually, it was the start of Stage 3 when everything started happening, and that's when I went live, not Stage 2. But like I said, I don't mind missing races because I can just simply watch them, the replays of them. Some of them I really do want to watch, and I end up just watching them instead of covering. All right, they did upgrade that severe to 70 miles per hour. So 70 mile per hour severe now. It's the white flag. So 70 mile per hour severe now in Fayetteville in South Central Tennessee. Make sure you are at least away from doors and windows. I'd like to see the 52 win here. Come on, hold him off. Another M-finger win. We don't need that one. Checkered flag. Yay, 52. I wonder if that's... Let me listen. I wonder if that's like one of his first wins. I don't want to because I know it might be I know it's copyrighted and I don't know if my audio's on. Okay, you guys can't hear that. Sweet. I just wanted to watch the end of that race. We're good now. We're good. When I cover tomorrow's event too, I might end up doing that. Just quickly turning it on. Actually, yeah, I should be able to. It's on Amazon Prime. What is our wind reports for today? Yeah, we've had 50 wind reports, much of which were over northeast Mississippi and northwest Alabama. Waiting for the new HRRR to render in for tomorrow's threat, and then I will show you guys the new model data. We'll go over tomorrow's event for just a bit. Most impressive severe is probably the one going into Fayetteville in South Central Tennessee right now. That definitely has a pocket of potentially 70 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts with it. So Fayetteville, South Central Tennessee, I would highly recommend you seek shelter. Little bow echo there. And that's moving up towards Fayetteville. Yes, Oklahoma City has the possibility to see a derecho. It all comes down to really one thing tomorrow. It comes down to how long does it survive? Because it's likely going to be wide enough. It should be well significant enough. And with that new criteria, it's got to go 400 miles. So whether or not it's a derecho, either way, it's going to be very, very impactful and very significant. It's just we're unsure how long that line is going to last. If it lasts for 400 miles, it will likely be classified as a derecho. If it lasts for less than that, then it won't be classified as a derecho. Don't get too caught up in the word derecho tomorrow. Whether or not it's a derecho, either way, it's going to likely be a very significant, severe threat. Just whether or not it's a derecho. If it is a derecho, then that means it's lasted longer. Let's see here. So I don't want you to get too focused up on that. Like if we start our coverage tomorrow and we're not calling for a derecho, really the only reason why would be because we don't think it's going to last long enough. But right now, I mean that enhanced risk is well enough for a derecho classification. If it say the line forms up here on this side of the enhanced and it tracks through the whole enhanced, if it stays severe that whole time, it's going to be classified as a derecho. Another issue is in the moderate risk area, it's likely going to be a nocturnal event. So Oklahoma City, if everything goes to plan, Oklahoma City's severe threat should start probably about 6 o'clock Central and last all the way till about 9 o'clock Central. With the overall main severe threat. Whereas out there in like Wichita Falls, Texas, your main threat starts at 9 o'clock Central and then ends at like 11 o'clock Central time. So it's a lot later event, especially in this portion of the risk. It is a complete nocturnal event. And I do believe that tomorrow morning we could see that moderate risk extend all the way up into Oklahoma City. It would not surprise me one bit if they extend that moderate into the OKC metro for tomorrow. Now, this is today's outlook. We're halfway through the enhanced risk. Well, halfway. The enhanced actually started way back here in western Arkansas. Does it not work anymore? I can get it up. I'll fix it. Let's see. Give me just a moment. I don't know if I can find the exact one. I believe it was this one. I think they might have changed their channel name. I believe they might have changed their channel name there. But thank you for letting me know about that. All right, that should work. Instead of putting their website, that's just the video. And of course, make sure you get permission from them just in case. It's better to ask than just use it. So if you want to leave them a comment or something, just ask them real quick. I haven't seen them deny permission, but, you know, it's always really good to ask permission. Because you don't want to be copyrighted. Reedsville, Georgia. I almost thought you were going to say NC, because Reedsville, NC, I've been near that area for years now. That's like only a 30-minute drive from my home. But you said Georgia? Yeah, so southeast Georgia. That's tricky. All 3 days you are in a level 2 out of 5 for damaging winds, so there's a very high likelihood of seeing 60-mile-an-hour winds at least one of those days. But it's hard to say exactly when. Just stay weather aware, keep an eye on things, make sure you have a weather radio turned on, your phone's fully charged and turned on, so that way you could get alerts. But likely, if anything does hit you, it will be small hail and up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Tornado threat should be on the lower side of things. You can't fully rule out a spin-up tornado, but the chance of it hitting that area is so low. So low. The HRRR starts firing thunderstorms as early as noon tomorrow. That is really, really early. I'll likely be live. I'll be live around 3. I know that. I'm not sure if I want to go live any earlier than that, because I know we're going to be live late. There's a chance we might just have to do 2 streams tomorrow. depending on how significant it stays on the model runs. Right now, it still looks very significant. They did reissue that severe now for Huntsville, Alabama. Observed 60 mile-an-hour winds. Observed 60 mile-an-hour winds there. In Huntsville, Merridenville, Newmarket, Gurley, Woodville, Pleasant Grove, in northeast Alabama. Let me see. Give me just a second. I have to fix that. Okay, perfect. I live in a double wide and it has survived a Category 2 hurricane and a tornado, so I trust my house to get me through it. Man, Category 2 hurricane and a tornado. That's that's definitely a lot for a mobile home. Do you think the basketball game will still be played? Starts at 8 p.m. Eastern. Tomorrow in OKC? I mean, ooh. Um Ooh, that's gonna be a close one. That's gonna be a close one. There's a chance that you have there could be a tornado warning or a PDS severe. Both of those require tornado sirens and for people to seek shelter. So that's a tough one. I think storms are going to be rolling through almost right at that time. The the best thing to do would be like to delay it an hour, but I doubt they'll do that. Storms should be finished rolling through between 9 to 10 should be the last bit of severe storms. So that's a close one. If it's I doubt it's outdoors, but if it's outdoors it's going to be canceled, but I'm very sure it's indoors. I don't think there's outdoor basketball games in the NBA. At least not from the ones I've watched. Definitely some pockets of 70 mile an hour winds here. 60 to 70 mile an hour winds along the line. Those more focused areas of blue velocities are 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. So you've got one going near Lakeview, one going near Hurleytown, Concord, Central Alabama, and then you have two more up here near Huntsville, Alabama, and then a third one southwest of Fayetteville in Tennessee. So there's a lot of areas where we could see 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. Also, they did issue a new severe downstream here, quite large severe thunderstorm warning. It is for 60 mile an hour winds and 0.75 inch hail. I don't know how long this line's gonna last. It could literally last the entire rest of the night. The HRRR, like I said, the HRRR thinks it's gone by now. It just believes that it died out. The newest HRRR 18Z actually does show it still being here. So it's not as bad as the previous runs that just didn't have it continuing at all. Yeah, the 18Z HRRR might be one of the more realistic scenarios for this thing continuing here. So, yeah, this is where it thinks it's going to be in 30 minutes, and that's very, very close. That's very close to where it's going to be in 30 minutes. And it continues to push eastward. It should continue on a weakening trend, but we're still going to see brief periods where we could see 70 mile an hour winds. And then it should really fall apart as it gets into South Carolina and North Carolina. And there is a chance for additional thunderstorm development with small hail damaging winds later tonight, possibly even a spin up tornado or two. But that threat seems to be low at the moment. They will probably keep a slight risk for it, I imagine. At the new update at 8 o'clock, or not 8 o'clock, actually, the new update in literally 30 minutes, they will probably keep an enhanced risk out for this area. Will likely stay at an enhanced risk, but I wouldn't be shocked if they keep a slight risk over portions of Mississippi and northwest Alabama for the secondary threat of severe storms tonight. They shouldn't be that notable, though. I do believe we could see a spin-up tornado out of them. But they're very clustered, so if they were discrete, it would definitely be a tornado threat. But because they're more clustered, it likely won't be as bad of a tornado threat. Again, I have no idea what color tables I use. I wish I kept track of them. I might have to go searching through all my computer files to try to find it so that way I can put it in the description or something. I know I use the default velocity color table on weather-wise, but the reflectivity I've forgotten. But yeah, if you guys are just now tuning in, make sure you hit that like button, share the channel with your family, friends, social media. If you are new, consider hitting that subscribe button with a notification bell set to all. We'll be live probably for likely around 10 or so hours tomorrow. We will likely be live for around 10 or so hours tomorrow. I don't know, Kaylee. Personally, I haven't gotten it. If you're a big fan of his channel, yeah, it's probably worth the money, but for me, I've just stayed with the default weather-wise, and it's still, I mean, it's still been fantastic. And they still update the free to use weather-wise radar site. Like, you don't have to pay. They still do frequent updates for the free usage. Day 3 just updated, and it looks like the slight risk is generally the same. It looks like they expanded it, actually, never mind. They expanded it quite a bit into Ohio, West Virginia, Kentucky, and NC. So that whole area, roughly, very roughly, we'll see the new outlook in a second. Roughly, that area has been expanded into the slight risk for Monday. Still watching these areas of 60 to 70. That's likely 70 mile-an-hour winds. What is that? Yeah, that's 70 plus mile-an-hour winds there. Once you start getting into those other blue colors. So that's likely 70 mile-an-hour winds ongoing. Going near Owens Crossroads on Highway 431. Likely closer to 60 mile-an-hour winds back up here in Park City, South Central Tennessee. Looks like that is really weakening now. No, day 3 is still slight. We already got the new update. And then still with these blue velocities, these are still areas of 60 mile per hour winds here. The only area I see where 70 mile an hour winds is likely, well, now observed. Now observed 70 mile an hour winds. They just upgraded that from 60 to 70 observed. So there you go. That's likely where that is where we have 70 mile an hour winds ongoing. So we do have 70 mile an hour winds ongoing just to the southeast of Huntsville, Alabama. I was 50-50 on it, Kaylee. The only thing I was questioning was some models showed a bust mode, but the SPC doesn't seem to think that's a likely scenario. Oh, I was 50-50 on it. Let's see here. who issued the day 2. Somebody at the SPC. Thornton. I don't know, Tyler. I'm opposite. I feel like it's gonna grow. I feel like the moderate risk will be larger. The newest HRRR is significantly faster. I mean, wildly faster. Storms are in the moderate risk at 6 o'clock, whereas the old model run didn't have storms in the moderate risk until 9 o'clock. The newest HRRR is way faster, so there's definitely still a timing issue. So we'll need to see if that gets worked out tomorrow. It should be worked out eventually. Yes, I mentioned your town. You're in a severe watch. If you were there. I'm pretty sure you're in Florida. Yeah, day 1 is today's outlook. So when you hear day 3 outlook, that's not for this upcoming Tuesday, it's for Monday. Because remember, we got to count today. So day 1, that's now. This is the outlook for today. And then day 2 is the outlook for tomorrow. And then day 3 is the outlook for this upcoming Monday. And they all have different updating times. And you can see tomorrow we have a 4 out of 5 moderate. So there's 6 colors, but 5 risks. So the general thunderstorm risk is this light green. On this channel, we call that the 0.5 because it means you could see some lightning and some rain. So you're not in a level 0, you're in a level 0.5 because you could still see some rain and some thunder. The dark green is a marginal, that's a level 1. Slight risk yellow, that's a level 2. Orange is an enhanced risk, that's a level 3. Moderate's a level 4. And then pink, which we don't have here, is a level 5 high risk. Today we have a level 3 enhanced for damaging winds. That's why we're live. That's why we have all this damaging wind stuff happening across northeast Alabama now. Tomorrow, level 4. And then day 3 on Monday is a level 2. We will probably see a enhanced risk level 3 introduced eventually somewhere in this area. That's your new day 3 outlook also, by the way. You can see it does go up into West Virginia, Ohio. We'll see. I'm not very interested in Monday right now. If it goes enhanced, it will probably be for wind. I don't really see much with it at the moment, though. But we will probably see enough uptrends to likely see a enhanced for wind on Monday. Still an area of 70 mile an hour winds, now crossed the Highway 431 corridor southeast of Huntsville, Alabama. That 70 mile an hour wind gust is going to be pushing up towards Gurley, Paint Rock, and Woodville over the next few minutes. It is on a weakening trend. You can see those velocities have weakened just slightly, but it is still pushing to the northeast with 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. Tornado threat is still fairly low today. We may have had one unwarned tornado back in Mississippi earlier, just before we went live, but ever since then, I haven't seen any good areas of rotation or anything really noteworthy in terms of tornadoes. I mean, Kaylee, if they do get under a moderate risk, there's a chance they just postpone it. Moderate risk is very, very serious. So there's a chance they just fully postpone it. But then again, it's Oklahoma. If it was a moderate risk in like North Carolina or Virginia, yeah, the state would be shutting down. Everybody would be canceling everything. But it's Oklahoma. I mean, really, it feels like you guys are just used to these high-end days. Yeah, the new HRRR, it's still just as significant, but it is a little bit more spaced out and a lot faster. It's a lot faster, like 3-4 hours faster. Yep, really everything is wind events this week. Our main tornado event over like the last week or so, that it was 2 days ago from literally one singular supercell in New Mexico and Texas. It produced like literally almost 20 tornadoes. It was insane. Much were weak and brief, but then we had that violent wedge tornado, big dusty thing. They did also downgrade the severe. So in 4 minutes, we'll no longer have a significant severe in place over Albertville. They downgraded that to 60-mile-an-hour winds going into Rainsville, northeast Alabama. This line has been hauling. It has been absolutely hauling. Moving east at 50 miles per hour. I'm going to be honest, it feels like it's been moving a lot faster than that, because I swear it was in Florence like 30 minutes ago. That's what it feels like to me. But in reality, it's been like an hour and a half since it first hit Florence. That MCD in Atlanta is old. That's for the potential of a severe watch, and we already got our severe watch, so that MCD is old. There's still an MCD out in the Carolinas into Southeast Virginia, but honestly, man, I would be pretty surprised if we do get a severe watch out of this junk. Ooh. Yep. That one's got its eyes on me. Fun to lose power from a light rain shower. Wouldn't surprise me. This line is still very strong moving through Alabama. Also, the storms in Missouri. Like, where have they been? NATOcast had an enhanced risk for tornadoes out here. And nothing's happened out here. So, very good job by the SPC. They haven't issued a 2% tornado risk, even though it looked like a conditional tornado threat. They just haven't issued any risk, and so far, we haven't seen anything up here. The greatest risk for severe weather, if we see anything, would be with these two cells here, moving to the southeast in Missouri. So we'll keep watching that. We'll keep an eye on that just in case we do get that sleeper tornado threat to pop off. Yep. Moderate risk in for tomorrow. I mean, it looks like a doozy. We could definitely see multiple tornadoes, but the biggest issue is going to be wind gusts potentially upwards of 100 miles per hour. I mean, it's going to be a crazy storm. And to be honest with you, it looks like the DFW could take a direct hit from a very destructive severe. So I'm really concerned for populated cities tomorrow. We'll see how it trends for Oklahoma City, but like Wichita Falls and Dallas, those two areas are at very high-end risks for damaging winds tomorrow. Oklahoma City is a little uncertain. There's a chance it misses them. There's a chance it goes right through the city. So I'm really concerned for those populated areas. And it's going to be a long-lasting line. It ain't going to be like a 3-4 hour line, which is still pretty long, but no, this thing, it's going to be starting up at like 2-3 p.m. and it ain't going to die until like 5 a.m. It is literally going to be a 12 plus hour line of damaging winds. And depending on how wide it is during that entire duration, there's a chance it could be classified as a derecho. We'll just see how things trend tomorrow. Yes, I'm talking about the line tomorrow. The line right now is weakening. We're still going to see gusts of up to 70 miles per hour in isolated areas, but it is weakening. I'll show you guys model ones. Man, my stupid browser source up there decided to die out on me. There you go. Oh, I muted the beeps. When did I mute the beeps? Whoops, I apologize. I was wondering where they went. I was like, I haven't heard a beep in like 30 minutes, and I just checked. I doggone muted the thing. Oh, we should get a beep. Unless it already came through and I missed it. Dumb old me, man. Yeah, so out here, back in Alabama, this line is going to continue eastward. Widespread 60-mile-an-hour winds, isolated gust of 70 will be possible. All the way until it gets into west central in South Carolina. Once it gets towards like Greenville at about 9 tonight, that's when it will start weakening. We will see a secondary round of isolated severe storms fire across Alabama and Mississippi later tonight. Isolated large hail near an inch or two in diameter, damaging winds of 60 miles per hour, and a tornado or two should all be possible across this area. Curious to see what the SPC does, see if they leave a slight risk in place for that threat. New day one outlook comes out here in 13 minutes. And then tomorrow, that's the big boy. Tomorrow is the big boy. The moderate risk for severe weather. Storm should get going likely around 2-3 p.m. Eastern. Big time hail. I possibly could see a tornado or two, and some isolated damaging winds will be the main concern when storms first fire. Storms very rapidly grow messy, immediately grow messy. 4 p.m. intensification is very much underway. 5 p.m. we start to see 90, 100-mile-an-hour winds. And then by the time we get to 6, 7 o'clock, it depends on the timing. I'm basing this off of just the HRRR. There's a chance that it's 3 hours or later. It may be 3 hours later on this timing. It may be a couple hours earlier. So we'll need to check for the timing. But 6, 7 o'clock, HRRR has still 100 or so mile-an-hour winds being possible. And then peak activity. It doesn't matter what scenario here. It looks like peak activity is just after dark, 8 p.m. through midnight. Widespread damaging wind gusts of anywhere between 70 to 100 miles per hour. And look at that. That is a line of likely at least 80, upwards of 100 miles per hour going right through Dallas tomorrow at about 11 p.m. And there's some different scenarios. So here's another scenario where things fire later. Storms fire at 3:30, 4 o'clock. And then they begin to move off to the southeast, grow upscale, and they really rapidly intensify. That's a different scenario where the timing is a little bit later, but still storms in the Dallas area about 11 o'clock. It looks like once I muted that thing, I glitched it out, so I'm going to refresh the overlay. That should help it. Note to self, don't mute the overlay because it spazzes out. And then it continues all the way into Mississippi. We could still see 50 to 60 mile-an-hour winds all the way into western Mississippi in the morning hours of Monday. I mean, look at that. That is crazy. And notice one big difference. The 12Z has very significant storms literally going right through the OKC metro tomorrow night. Whereas the 18Z, it has storms exiting Oklahoma City. Severe storms are leaving Oklahoma City, if we even get any on this model run, at 6 o'clock. So there's definitely some uncertainty on exact timing. Now, the model run I'm most curious about is the NAM. The NAM 12Z was one of the model runs that showed a underperformance event. We get a morning storm that fires. It creates an outflow boundary that takes up much of the environment. We still see severe storms, but notice how there's no huge line. There is a MCS that forms near Lubbock tomorrow, according to this model run, but there's no crazy big near derecho or historic 100-mile-per-hour wind gust across Texas and Oklahoma. It's really just an underperformance risk. And the new NAM 3K is rendering in now, and I'm very curious to see what that has to show for tomorrow. See which way that trends on the NAM. I counted the NAM 12K as an outlier. We'll see if the 18Z is still more of an outlier or if it's more in line with the HRRR and other models. The bust scenario or underperformance scenario, whichever one you would like to call it, that is the most unlikely scenario tomorrow. There's a very low chance that actually plays out. All right, let's see these new severes. Are they all... All right, so we only have one significant severe, and it's approaching the Huntsville radar. That's our only one for 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Everything else has been downgraded to 60. But look at all the damaging wind reports that we've received. Going into central Alabama, our reports have really increased, probably due to higher population. You could see here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 reports in the last 30 or so minutes here. So your reports have definitely increased. Like I said, I think that's probably due to, the city of Birmingham, very populated area. A lot more people live in that area. I do think they could pull a 10% or 10 sig tor risk tomorrow. The tornado threat doesn't look very notable, but considering we have a very favorable amount of instability and combined with how fast the line will likely be moving and how organized the line will be moving, I would not be shocked to see a 10 sig tor or 10% tornado risk introduced around the moderate risk area for tomorrow. It would not surprise me. Would not surprise me one bit. Yeah, also embedded supercells too, yeah. It wouldn't surprise me if we see an upgrade for the tornado threat. I think our peak damaging wind threat is over here with our main line. I believe from here on out, we're going to really maintain 60-mile-an-hour winds across the entire line with isolated gusts up to 70. But this is going to continue to move eastward. I don't expect it to weaken below severe limits until it approaches portions of South Carolina. Likely in about 4 hours is when that will start to really, really ramp down in intensity and get below severe limits. At least that's what I'm expecting. We'll see if that actually happens or not. You know, one thing I didn't check, the updraft helicity tracks for tomorrow. Yo. Dude. Look at that. Oh my goodness. That is insane for damaging winds. That is insanity. Here's the 12Z. The 18Z is actually worse because of how concentrated it is. The 12Z, it definitely had a concentrated area right through OKC, But the 18Z is more widespread and even more concentrated too. Like, look at that. And that goes right through the heart of that moderate risk across Texas and Oklahoma. Goes right through the heart of that moderate. This is hail swaths. Whenever you want to see something crazy, just look at the new hail swaths on the HRRR that College of DuPage implemented. And it makes every single event, even if it looks like light rain showers, it makes it look crazy. See, like, look at Alabama. I'm surprised there hasn't been any crazy hype caster or misinformation person that calls these, like, tornado tracks yet. But these are all, like, possible hail core tracks. And 95% of them never happen, from what I've seen. 95% of the time, it's substantially weaker. This is your actual updraft helicity tracks here. And you can see how much different that is. Way, way more different across Alabama and Georgia. So, but that is insane for damaging winds. That is absolutely wild for damaging winds. Like, you can see where it starts up here and then it grows and rapidly intensifies throughout the rest of the risk area. That's just blowing my mind. It really is. This is the NAM 18Z. And would you look at that? It doesn't show much convection. This is what the 12Z showed, 2 storms in that outflow boundary taking up the environment right there. Does the 18Z have it? Nope. Goodbye. There goes your bust factor on the 18Z NAM. Not there anymore. Compare that to the 12Z NAM when it was starting to intensify that outflow boundary. Still a lot of boundaries. Look at the boundaries that it spits out. You can see them here. A lot of boundaries that it spits out in this area. We'll see how crazy the NAM 3K shows this event tomorrow. We should get a new day 1 outlook from the SPC. We are no longer under any significant severes anywhere in the U.S. But oh boy, is there still plenty of severes. Plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings. A lot of them. So we'll continue to see if any of these areas can intensify at all. I do want to see something really quick. Okay. I wanted to make sure my headphones were fully turned up. Yeah, all these areas that had like 60, 70 mile-an-hour velocities with them, they all look a lot weaker now. Yeah, there's going to be a slightly more inactive period for weather beginning probably on Tuesday, maybe Wednesday. Sometime around there is when it's going to begin. But then we're going to start dealing with more high plains severe threats towards the middle of June. But we should have a few days off, most likely. A few days where I'll have enough time to make a video or two. Plenty of severe still being issued. Now our first severe into Georgia just got issued. That's in Rome and Cedartown in northwest Georgia. A lot of severe warnings. Waiting for the new SPC outlook, should be out at any moment. I expect them to continue a small portion of that enhanced Looking at the current enhanced risk, not the updated one, I expect them to continue this portion of the enhanced risk. So we'll see how large of an enhanced they maintain. But it should be out at any moment. Yep, new day one at any moment, Kaylee. And again, my other question is, do they keep a slight risk for that secondary round back out here in Mississippi and Alabama later tonight? There would definitely be the chance for a significant tornado around Dallas or pointing north with the QLCS that rolls through tomorrow. But there's a lot of questions on when and exactly where it starts. But I expect we'll see, if I go to the day 2 outlook here, I expect we'll see the tornado risk at least get, I mean, geez, you're not even at a 5% in downtown Dallas. I'm surprised by that. I wouldn't be surprised if they add that 5% a little bit more to the southeast. I don't know where we could get that 10% or 10 significant tornado risk. My guess is it would likely be in this area here. That's probably going to be our highest threat for strong tornadoes tomorrow. But we could definitely see a tornado threat continue into Dallas. There's just some questions on how intense the line may be going into Dallas. Yep, they did keep that slight risk. And also, like I said before, too, the timing of it tomorrow. But they did keep the slight risk for severe weather back into Mississippi and much of Alabama. And they also kept the enhanced risk across that small portion I circled earlier. So there's your new enhanced risk. Tennessee, North Carolina, Georgia, Alabama still under that enhanced risk for damaging winds. This is not the new damaging wind outlook. This is not the new tornado outlook either. So those probabilities haven't come in yet. I have no idea if it will miss Reedsville, Georgia. Just pay attention. It's very difficult to predict the exact timing and location of severe storms in summer. They're a lot more difficult to predict because they pop up a lot quicker and a lot more frequently compared to what model runs show. Model runs are very inaccurate going into summer. Which is why even though we have a moderate tomorrow, there's still some uncertainties we need to work out. Hello, Forrest. Glad to see you in here. Yeah, storms tomorrow will lead into the threat on Monday. Yes. If it looks like the line will be intense enough, we could see an enhanced risk on Monday. That's what happened last night. So if you guys remember last night, we saw an upgrade to an enhanced risk across Oklahoma for damaging winds. And because of that, we then saw an enhanced risk for damaging winds into Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee for today. Because that MCS was expected to survive through the night and then thrive with daytime heating, just like it did. It did verify going into today. So that could be the same case on Monday, where we see an MCS/derecho form tomorrow, and then it survives into the overnight hours and then re-strengthens Monday afternoon to the point where we could see an enhanced risk introduced there somewhere probably across Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, going on into Monday, if it looks like that line of damaging winds will re-intensify in the afternoon. But that's not something we're going to be able to figure out until we get closer. Probably we might be able to know as soon as tomorrow if that MCS will survive in the overnight hours, but most likely it will take until the morning or the afternoon of Monday before we see the full strength or weakness of that line. Yeah, there's a risk for a tornado in the DFW tomorrow. Tonight there is a 2% tornado risk. Tomorrow's definitely a more heightened threat, but yeah, I don't really see much tonight in the DFW personally. somewhere along here. So in this entire 2%, we could see a tornado or two somewhere in this whole 2%. The chance of that being over Dallas is near zero. It's very low. But there's a good chance we see at least one or two tornadoes somewhere overnight tonight in that 2% area. Here's the new SPC outlook, by the way, for today. It does look like a shark. I saw someone say that. This looks exactly like a shark. This is a shark. That is literally a shark. They did keep pretty much all the 2% tornado risk, and then they did keep that 30% wind risk, enhanced risk, like I said, over Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee, and North Carolina. I expected them to keep that. And actually, the one of the most notable changes is an addition to a 15 hatched hail risk in the panhandle of Texas into western Texas. 2 hatched hail risks have been introduced there, which means we could get actually hail as large as 3-inch in diameter today. The NAM 3K does still have that issue with an outflow boundary. Do I have it pulled up? Nope. I have to pull it up here. So it does still have an issue with the outflow boundary. It's not as potent as the 12Z, but you can still see a very clear outflow boundary right in here. And that creates a cool pool, meaning the instability has already been used up in this area. You can see there's literally 500 to 1,000 CAPE here just after the storm tomorrow. The newest HRRR doesn't have that wrap model. Nope. GFS. Nope. Euro. Nope. Canadian model run. Nope. So it's just the... Does the NAM even have it? The NAM does have it a bit. No, it doesn't. NAM doesn't have it at all. So it's just the NAM 3K that has that scenario. So that's going to be something we watch out for, is to see if we get any outflow boundaries out here that can help take up that environment across north central Texas and lessen the moderate risk area for severe storms. But personally, I still find that scenario very low. I don't think we'll really see that. All right, let's see here. Southeast Kansas. Oh, yeah, you saw that on the NAM 3K. Welcome to the NAM 3K. Everything's aligned. Even in the most discrete storm modes, which we don't have a discrete storm mode tomorrow, but even if we have a discrete storm mode for a risk, it still is going to print out something like a derecho. That's just the NAM for you. All right, so like I said, all these severe storms have been downgraded to 60-mile-an-hour severes. Every single one of them. So no significant severes remain. Let me see here. I don't think we're going to see much in Texas today. There's definitely some chasers out there, but I don't see anything happening in Texas today. If we do see something, I have a feeling the greatest chance for that is the northwest panhandle of Texas, but I really don't see it. Let me see here. So you definitely need to be hyper weather aware tomorrow. You might be in the moderate. Yeah, you're in the moderate risk. You need to be very, very weather aware tomorrow. You're in the threat for 90 to 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts tomorrow. Level 4 out of 5, so very significant threat. There's your wind risk. You could see that is a very, very significant wind risk for tomorrow. So the potential for a few tornadoes, possibly a strong one. Like I said, 90 to 100-mile-an-hour winds, absolutely crazy winds. And could also see some hail up to about 2-inch in diameter, too. So all significant severe hazards are on the table tomorrow. Now, there's of course a chance it underperforms, so just make sure you keep an eye on the SPC outlook. You can easily view that by just typing in NWS Day 1 on your browser, and then it pops up the Day 1 outlook by the SPC, which if you do that right now, it's going to show the shark. It's going to show today's shark outlook by the SPC. But if you do it tomorrow will become the new Day 1 outlook once we go into tomorrow. Yeah, it's a 45 significant wind risk tomorrow. I mean, there's a chance we could get a tornado in the northern panhandle, a northwest panhandle of Texas. I think that's the best chance for a tornado anywhere tonight is the panhandle of northwest Texas. But yeah, just somewhere in these 2% risks, we could see a brief spin-up tornado or two at some point tonight. It doesn't look like anything crazy at the moment. We did indeed get a possible severe out here in Missouri. But man, does it ever look sloppy. It doesn't look like no supercell. So there's also a chance this could pose a low tornado risk over the next hour or two across central Missouri. But it's not really a good chance for a tornado. The environment is very favorable. The environment looks like it's going to be quite favorable. But the storm mode is not favorable. And then we're going to keep seeing 60-mile-an-hour winds. Likely this line, I don't expect it to weaken below severe limits. We will likely see 60-mile-an-hour winds across much of this area today. NAM 3K definitely nowhere near as crazy of a damaging wind line, but it still shows widespread significant severe weather, significant wind gust, chance for a few tornadoes, and significant hail. So we're going to see a lot of severe weather tomorrow, but the NAM 3K definitely shows a lower scenario, which I really don't see that happening. I really don't see that happening. Yeah, NATOcast is not confident in the tornado threat tomorrow at all. Not confident whatsoever. It is not confident. But then again, the NATOcast was wrong today, too. NATOcast had a 10% tornado risk in Missouri, and that didn't verify, so... NATOcast is just... It's too inconsistent for me. I like it, especially for chases, but... I mean, it's either it nails the risk or it fails so miserably. Like, it's literally the other day, it had a 15 significant tornado risk in Kansas. And I think we might have had a weak tornado on the east side of the 15 sig tor, but even then, I don't even know if we saw a tornado in that 15 significant tornado risk. So just NATOcast is too inconsistent. A little outside of the red in Plano, Texas, south of Frisco, Texas. Jeez. The risk does decrease slightly for you, but it's still a chance for like 90-mile-an-hour winds and a few tornadoes. including large hail up to 2-inch in diameter, but it's still really the same risk. Just a little bit less confidence in it surviving. I mean, you're pretty much in that moderate risk. Just pretend you're in the moderate, really. I mean, you're like 2 miles from it. Just treat like you're in the moderate risk because they could easily add you in that tomorrow morning. It's not like the line of storms is going to go from 110-mile-per-hour winds or 100-mile-per-hour winds in Denton down to like 30-mile-per-hour winds once it crosses that red line. Yeah, if I was in Frisco, Texas, I'm pretty much counting myself in the moderate risk because there's no way storms are just going to disappear out of thin air once they leave the moderate. They may weaken slightly, but again, we could see the moderate risk shift. It could easily shift or extend in different directions. So I would still treat tomorrow like you're in a moderate risk. Yeah, I don't see Texas doing anything tonight. Like I said, there is a chance for a spin up tornado, but I don't see any like crazy interactions personally. But who knows? Maybe it will surprise us. Definitely still some areas of 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds here. There's definitely pockets of 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds, and we're just going to keep seeing that, but it's a lot weaker. It is a lot weaker on the southern end of the line. There's like 40 to 50 in here, and then there's like no velocities in this area. So the main area to watch is probably the northern side of the line now, where we have these little pockets of potentially locally greater wind gust. Let me see if the NAM continues with that line. Yeah, the NAM still has a line developing even into the overnight hours, but it's a lot weaker. So we'll see which way things trend tomorrow. There's definitely a chance a lot of things change with the risk. We could easily see downtrends, but at the moment, it looks like we have a very substantial risk for all hazards tomorrow. And there's also a timing issue, so there's still a lot of things we need to work out. It's not set in stone for any scenario. Are we getting damage reports down here at all? Yeah, we did have one here. Trees down. At least on one home. The southern end of this line, in my opinion, I think it's weakened possibly nearly below severe limits at this point. I'd be pretty surprised if we get 60-mile-an-hour winds out of this area. But look at that. We literally have, let's switch to MRMS. We have a line of severe storms that is larger than our enhanced risk right now. But like I said, our damaging wind threat already peaked. So from here on out, things should begin to decrease. Again, still going to see 60-mile-an-hour winds and some gusts up to 70, but I believe we covered the main risk today. I do think they will upgrade the tornado threat tomorrow. It may be a 10% tornado risk, or it may be a 10 significant tornado risk. I don't know which one, but I'm quite confident they will upgrade it to just an upgrade in a risk. 10% or 10 sig. Rain risk in Virginia tonight and tomorrow, too. I would just make sure like you could go to sturdier shelter, but I wouldn't leave town at all. Just stay hyper weather aware. Keep an eye on your phone and local media outlets. Um, just stay very, very hyper weather aware. If you have any friends who have sturdier structures around your area, or maybe a tornado shelter, just see if there's an area available for you to go for sturdier structure. Just in case. But I wouldn't leave town. Things could definitely change overnight to the point where it's not as big of a wind risk. Right now, it's expected to be very high-end wind risk tomorrow, but hopefully things downtrend overnight. Do you think the 10 hatch risk would be in North Texas? If they do a 10% or a 10 hatched tornado risk, yes. The most likely placement of a 10 significant tornado risk would be inside of that moderate risk area. So that is the highest likelihood of a tornado risk upgrade is right in here. And then we can switch to your tornado outlook and you can see that's right in the middle of the 5%. So right where that moderate risk is, that's where your best chance at an upgraded tornado risk would be. This is probably the one storm we're going to see fire tonight out here in Texas. And it's currently in New Mexico. So that's going to be the cell to watch going into the panhandle for today to see if it can try and produce anything tornadic. Do I think this was a derecho? No. Not one bit. It didn't have enough 75 plus mile-an-hour wind gust. It went sub-severe at one point in its lifetime, so you can't count from when it started in Colorado yesterday all the way into Alabama. That's not what it did. It started in Colorado and went through Oklahoma, and then it died out. So that was 400 miles. However, it wasn't a very consolidated line until it went into central Oklahoma and eastern Oklahoma. Then in Arkansas, it broke apart significantly. It got very, very weak, went sub-severe, and then started back up again in northwest Mississippi. So, I mean, in order for it to be classified as a derecho, it's got to travel all the way to South Carolina, being severe that entire time. And it has to have a much more notable amount of 75 plus mile-an-hour winds. So I would give it a near no chance of being upgraded to a derecho or being called a derecho. But like Ben said, watch them call this a derecho and not the one in Pittsburgh, because we had a very significant line in Pittsburgh earlier this year. It produced widespread 80 to 90 mile-an-hour winds. It tracked 400 miles. I was guaranteeing that it would be called a derecho. And then the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center came out and they said it's not a derecho due to the lack of 75 plus mile-an-hour wind gust. When we literally had 80 to 90 mile-an-hour wind gust from southwest Ohio to central Pennsylvania over the course of the entire day. And they didn't call it a derecho. That shocked me. Yeah, so there's little kinks here that could be producing upwards of 70 mile-an-hour winds here in northeast Alabama. And like I said, we're just going to keep seeing that through the day. But much of this will stay at 60 mile-an-hour winds. Looks like there may be some re-intensification on the middle portion of this line back towards Jacksonville. Go back to weather-wise again. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on this stuff, but it's weakened. The far southern end, there is some wind gusts upwards of 50 to 60 down in here, but it's nowhere near as strong as what it once was. Main area of damaging winds is still by far on the northern side, all the way from east of Manchester, Tennessee, back down into Fort Payne. Yeah, and I think the Houston storm last year was classified as a derecho. I'm pretty sure it was. I have to look it up. Um, I put, was there a derecho last year? And you know what it came up with? 2021. Buddy. Last year was 2024. The latest observed derecho. Apparently was, I'm too far south on that. Yeah. Okay, the latest observed derecho was July 15th, 2024. That was over Iowa. We did have a overnight derecho in Kansas and Nebraska from the 19th, between the 19th to the 27th. I think the actual derecho was on the 19th. And then, yes, the Houston derecho, May 16th, 2024, observed derecho. We had 1, 2, 3, 4 derechos last year. April, May, July. 4 derechos last year. And we're yet to see one this year. Even though I really believe that we saw a derecho in Pittsburgh. And from southwest Ohio all the way into eastern Pennsylvania. Actually, I'm pretty sure it stayed severe. We went live when it was in like Dayton. And it stayed severe all the way until it hit the coastline of New Jersey. And it produced 90-mile-an-hour winds from Dayton all the way into at least central Pennsylvania. No, hurricanes are completely different than derechos. Fully different classification there, dude. That's like saying a tornado is a derecho because it spins. Or saying a hurricane's a derecho, or saying a hurricane is a tornado. I guess a hurricane's a tornado too, because hurricanes and tornadoes both spin, so thus they're the same thing. Just because it spins doesn't mean it's a tornado. Same thing for derechos. Just because it's producing damaging winds doesn't mean it's a derecho. There are certain classifications you have to hit for these things. A high risk is literally impossible tomorrow. Unless we go from 5% tornado risk to 30 sig tor. It's literally impossible. I don't see that happening. This year? Okay, yeah, okay. My bad. I misread that, Marcus. I apologize. Yeah, that could happen. But it's really impossible to say. You're just throwing out a guess. It's impossible to say because you ain't going to be able to see the future setups. I don't think we'll see another high risk. I just find that nearly impossible. But who knows? Who knows? There's a model run that literally shows 115-mile-an-hour winds going into Dallas tomorrow. Can I find that? I know I can't show it, but I at least want to see it myself. Yep. Dude, that's insane. There's literally a model run that shows 115-mile-an-hour damaging winds moving through Dallas tomorrow. Yeah, that's the absolute worst case scenario for tomorrow. I find that very unlikely. That would be a really worst case scenario. But that's the ceiling. The floor tomorrow is a couple severes, hail, damaging winds, and a few tornadoes. But the ceiling is, 100 plus mile an hour winds through much of Texas, Oklahoma, all the way into Dallas. Don't get too ramped up about that. If you have a lot of storm anxiety, you live in Dallas, it's just a model run. They don't verify all the time. It is very often to see model runs not verify. But just to show you the importance of being weather aware tomorrow, that ceiling is insane damaging winds. I can't show you guys because I don't pay for the site. I don't pay for the rights to show on YouTube. But it's there, trust me. I would not have said it if it wasn't a thing. And that's also why I went to check for myself, too. They did upgrade these two severes to 70 mile an hour winds here in south central, actually going into southeast. Yeah, still south central Tennessee. South central Tennessee, northeastern Alabama into northwest Georgia. It's literally on the tri-state border here. This wind gust of 70 mile an hour winds is on the tri-state border, and it's up to 80 mile an hour winds now. This is Alabama. This is Georgia. This is Tennessee. So it's right on the border of all three states. So it's just east of Bridgeport in far northeast Alabama, northwest of Trenton in far northwest Georgia, and just to the east of South Pittsburgh in south central Tennessee. Huntsville, Alabama, you guys are good for the rest of the day. There is still a chance for some isolated storms tonight. They've kept you in a slight risk for the chance of an isolated storm tonight. But the main risk today that posed damaging winds, possibility for a few tornadoes and large hail, that's moved off to your east now. I think Huntsville will be okay tonight. Still a chance for some overnight thunderstorms, but the main risk has pushed to the east. I agree, Ben. I'm way more scared of lightning than tornadoes. I've said that for years. Literally, lightning is the thing that scares me the most with weather. That's the number one thing that I hate. And that's why I hate any type of rain showers overnight, any thunderstorms, any storms at all overnight. Let's see. We aren't going to get any new information for a while here from the SPC in terms of outlooks. We did just get a new mesoscale discussion, though, so that's at least something. So it's hard to see. I wish Weatherwise would have a bit easier to see mesoscale discussions. They're not as easy to see as like radar megas or GR2s, but that's your MCD from southeast Tennessee into eastern Alabama and parts of Georgia. The MCS, which is a mesoconvective system, aka a line, a line of damaging winds is pushing eastward. The potential for up to 70 to 75 mile per hour winds will be possible. That will be the primary hazard. There's also a chance for some small hail and a weak, brief spin-up tornado, but the chance for hail or a tornado is low. Mainly damaging winds is the main hazard. As the primary hazard is damaging winds. And this threat should continue for at least the next 2 to 3 hours. At least. And we do have a PDS severe for the first time in a while. A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for a pocket of 80 mile an hour winds here in northwest Georgia. Radar indicated PDS severe. So we'll switch over to this. That's our first PDS severe thunderstorm warning since we started the stream. So first one in about 3 hours. So if you are in this severe in Trenton, make sure you are preferably in your safe spot. We have 3 pockets of 80-mile-an-hour winds that could be ongoing right now. One of which is actually moving into southern Tennessee. So 3 pockets of 80-mile-an-hour winds here in northwest Georgia going into south central Tennessee. This one's going to be very close to hitting Chattanooga in south central Tennessee. So we'll definitely want to watch that one closely. The other 2, one located south of Trenton, and the other one is located well south of Trenton. They are all moving up to the northeast like this. So that's where your main threat for damaging winds will be here. Again, further south, this line just continues to weaken. I really don't see much south. The main damaging wind threat is really should stay in Rome and pointing north. And this is definitely the highest damaging wind threat we've seen in about 3 or so hours. We'll go to GR2 real quick. Go to the newest frame. There you go. So that orange box right there, that is a PDS severe thunderstorm warning, which is a life-threatening situation for upwards of 80-mile-an-hour winds. That is over Morganville, Trenton, Cooper Heights, let's see, Lafayette, Mount Carmel, Rising Fawn in northwest Georgia. Rotation with these in terms of tornadic rotation is very low. There's not much inflow for these storms. Power flashes are a sign of high winds, not necessarily a tornado. I mentioned that yesterday when we had power flashes on a camera. New PDS severe thunderstorm warning for almost 500,000 people. Look at that. So a new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for the city of Chattanooga in southeast Tennessee. This also includes Fairmount, Harrison, Collegedale, Hopewell, Cleveland, Whitwell, Jasper in southeast Tennessee. Not surprised with that, considering we have a pocket of 70 to 80-mile-an-hour winds moving into that area. So thus they've upgraded the warning. So, yeah, like I mentioned when we were down to just normal severes, it's going to just fluctuate in intensity. It's going to go from normal severes to destructive severes, and then back down to no severes, and then back up to trying to intensify to 70, 80-mile-an-hour winds. So it's going to fluctuate in intensity, especially on this northern edge. This is definitely where the most favorable area is for damaging winds. So that's going to move into eventually southwest NC. And this will continue to see, we'll continue to see 70 plus mile-an-hour winds in this area, probably for about the next 2 or so hours. All right. 60% tornado risk. What? Yeah, we haven't seen a 60% tornado risk in a very long time. We've only ever had one on record. So they are very rare. They are literally generational. I always find velocity so satisfying. Look how the velocities change as it goes over the radar sight. It literally weakened right over our radar sight, too. Watch this. I could do one better, too. Now look, we can follow the storm. We can follow the storm. That's another thing GR2 analysis has. Trippy. But now I screwed up my velocity, so now I gotta close it out, refresh it. Yeah, we're definitely not using the Eastern Mississippi radar anymore. Yeah, let's go ahead and move that. Definitely not using that. We're using the Birmingham radar right now and the Northeast Alabama radar. So still 70 to 80 mile an hour winds ongoing here. Again, if you're in either one of these orange boxes, that is a PDS, severe thunderstorm warning for life-threatening 80 mile an hour winds. First time watcher house GR2, been looking at purchasing it, but for a hobbyist, does it make sense? Can you add custom place files? Yes. There's a full list of custom place files I have here. Not many of them, I don't really use many of them at all, but yes, you can. You can also customize the warnings to have their own color. So you can make literally every warning whatever color you want. It has the custom warnings too, so like considerables, destructives, PDS warnings, you can all customize those. So it has a lot of customization. So this is a watches place file that I downloaded. You can see it shows you the severe watch currently in effect. Then I have an MPing place file, and you can hover over those to see what has been reported on MPing too. So yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly what you mean by clickable, but you could turn them on and off and hover over data that they show. And then of course, GR2 analysis has its main thing right here. These are volume scans of the atmosphere based off of radar. So you can literally see storms, generally get an idea of what a shelf cloud could look like here, and you can customize it too, so you could get rid of some of that rain, make it look clearer too, only show the heaviest precipitation. It's a lot of customization you could do for radar. It is a lot more of an analysis perspective, so a lot more in-depth on radar. It doesn't have a lot of crazy like other features. Like it doesn't have originally, unless you add a place file, it doesn't have SPC outlooks, CPC outlooks, WPC outlooks. It doesn't have all that. It doesn't have model runs. There is a separate model run, GR2 model runs. You can use GR models for it, but that's separate from GR2 analysis. So, I mean, I highly recommend it. It is pretty pricey, $250. It's a one-time payment, so that's really, really good. One-time payment. Don't have to do any monthly payment. So, it was well worth it in my opinion. Yeah, and Forest, if you join the Discord server, I think it's around the first link in the description. Second link in the description is a direct link to the Discord server for anyone who wants to join. And Forest has so many place files for this app for GR2 analysis. Go back over here. Yeah, so we'll keep watching these PDS severes. The main windbag here of velocities is definitely weakened significantly. It is still up there though. It's still up to about 70 mph winds. There is still definitely a chance for 70 mph winds, and this is becoming a bit more widespread 70 mph winds. Pretty surprised this newest severe just issued for the Dalton area in northwest Georgia. It is a 60 mph severe, not 70. That needs to be upgraded ASAP because this is definitely producing well over 60 mph winds. It's producing much closer to 70, 75 widespread mile-an-hour winds. This whole portion of the storm is producing 70 to 80 mile-an-hour winds right now. And we have a PDS severe on the northern side for that section of damaging winds. We have an old PDS severe, so we should see either a new PDS severe here for 80 or a 70 mile-an-hour severe. And it did just get upgraded to 70 mile-an-hour winds. There you go. Really, really good job on upgrading that warning. The greatest wind speeds are about to move right through Chattanooga. Let me get this really quick. So Chattanooga is about to be slammed by damaging winds at any moment. I think I can get a camera up here. Let's see. I don't know if these are live. That's the problem. Switch. Here's some cameras in the Chattanooga area. We're going to go for the one a little bit more east. This is a good one. There's quite a few cameras. This is from T-Dot. Oh, wow. Hello. Yeah, that is that's definitely some very significant damaging winds right there. This is on the west side of Chattanooga. The worst winds aren't even in Chattanooga yet, so the worst winds should pull through here in the next 2 minutes or so. I'm just going to leave that up because that's in a good spot, so I'm just going to leave it up for now. Radar's above my face cam for this storm, so you'll be able to see that too. Very, very significant damaging winds. Could be upwards of 80 mph here, moving through Chattanooga over the next about 5 minutes or so. Yeah, we very easily could lose our camera. There's plenty of other cameras, but this one I'm going to stay with. I will pull up another camera on this monitor, but I'll keep you guys on this one here. So I'll go searching for a better camera if there's any better ones. Yeah, the west side of Chattanooga is the area being hit the worst. Right along, let me see. Yeah, right on the I-24 corridor. I-24 and Highway 27, right where those intersect, right at that interchange. This camera you're watching now is... Let's see. I don't know exactly which one that is. Okay, this is the one in kind of the southern side of Chattanooga, right where those velocities, this is the peak wind speeds right now. This is right where those 80-mile-an-hour velocities are located. Directly on top of this camera. So this camera is being hit the hardest. I haven't found a better camera yet. Here's one where those velocities are even higher. Let's switch. Look at that. There's a better camera for you. There, now you got two cameras. You got two cameras, one above my face cam and one right there. Both of them are in the peak velocities, and they are being absolutely slammed by damaging winds. And again, this is in Chattanooga, Tennessee right now, where we have a PDS severe for 80-mile-an-hour winds. And I mean, I don't know what 80-mile-an-hour winds looks like exactly, but I mean, that one on the main screen and the camera's going crazy. Visibility is getting down to at least about a quarter mile, if not less at this point. Driving, it's probably even less than that. Very, very significant damaging winds moving through Chattanooga, Tennessee right now. Other camera above my face cam is getting a little bit calmer. But man, the main one is still going crazy. You see a tree at the bottom left. I mean, it's just being pounded by these wind speeds. All right, this is going to move a little bit. These wind speeds that you're watching now on the main camera is moving into downtown Chattanooga. So the worst wind should be moving right through the downtown area right now. Because this is just south of downtown. This is on Interstate 24 eastbound. East and westbound, depending on which lane you're on. So those winds we just experienced, looks like it's calming down slightly, but still crazy wind speeds. Yeah, they're in downtown Chattanooga right now, so it's right over the Stove Works area, the Sculpture Fields Park, the South Historic District, going into Chattanooga Zoo. It's going to directly hit the zoo. And I mean, these could be winds upwards of 90 miles per hour now. We could definitely see a gust as high as 90 with it. All right, I'm going to move the one above my face cam. I'm going to get rid of that. We're going to reappear weather-wise on that. Oh, that might be the end of that camera's lifespan. Yep, it's out. I just clicked on it on the other site. It's out. We just lost 1, 2, 3. We just lost at least 3 cameras. 4. Okay, there's one on the west side of Chattanooga that's still up. All the cameras in downtown and the east side of Chattanooga are down. There's still a camera or two up on the west side, so I'm going to pull that up for you. West side Chattanooga, this one right here. That is still up and running. We did lose our other PDS severe, so this is the only PDS severe in place. Those winds are weakening slightly. We caught the peak wind speeds on that other camera. That was the peak wind speeds. Peak velocity at 86 miles per hour. That was the strongest downburst we've seen with this. This camera here, this is probably about 50 to maybe as high as 60 mile-an-hour winds. Everything that is being hit by the 70 to 80 mile-an-hour wind gusts right now, all those cameras are gone. They're all down. Oh, wait. Some of them may have returned. I'm getting the other camera. Yep. Other cameras are coming back up slowly but surely. Whoa. Okay, wait. I'm not going to click off of this one just yet. Oh my goodness. Gracious. Look at that. I nearly clicked off. Do you see that gust, dude? That was probably... Look at that. Look at the rain bands. Dude, that was probably a 70 plus mile-an-hour wind gust right there. Jeez, that came out of nowhere. That's that wind gust is going right through the west side of Chattanooga too. That just came out of nowhere. I was about to move you guys over to a different camera and then I looked over and it was just blinding conditions right there. Yeah, velocities in that area are down to about 65 or so, but that might have even been a 80 mile-an-hour wind gust there, and now all the cameras on the east side are down again. They came up for a bit, so I'm glad I didn't click off. Wow, that was a wild wind gust that moved through Chattanooga just a second ago. I can't replay it at all. They don't save data. They're not like... They're live videos. They're not storing the live videos. All the cameras on the east side are just down. They're all down. The nearest one I have is near East Brainerd, and that area only has like 20 mile-an-hour velocities right now, so there's nothing even happening there. Maybe some light rain, so we're just gonna stay with this camera for the moment. There might be a better camera, possibly. Now some of the cameras on the west side are going down, too. Alright, there's a slightly better camera on the west side of Chattanooga that we could go to now. It's not that one. It's the one north of that one. Yep, this one. That's where your winds are moving through again. We need these east cameras to come back up. So these, the damaging winds of 80 miles per hour moving through the east side of Chattanooga, now going over Shepherd and East Ridge. Man. Yeah, there's some better cameras more north, but the storm is yet to hit those just yet. Actually, no, I think the storm's hitting those right now. See if there's any better ones to show y'all. Yeah, this one's a bit better. Let's go to that. This one here. This is on the east side, northeast side of Chattanooga, going into Shepherd. And this is right where our damaging winds are moving into. Yep, here comes a wind gust. This is right where your greatest winds are moving through. Wow. What'd you say, TRG? Look for cams in Atlanta, Georgia pretty soon. It looks like the southern side of the line is back up to 70 miles per hour, too. But there's still no area of damaging winds close to the one in Chattanooga right now. These winds are still the greatest. All right. No longer a PDS severe. So this has been downgraded. We're going to switch back over to our normal scene. So all of these severes have gone considerable now. The far southern ones are no longer severe warned, but our main line is back to fully considerable. There is storms back near Pikeville in East Central Tennessee that are not considerable, but the main portion of our line is straight back to a significant line of 70 mile an hour wind gust. That was wild. That random wind gust we just got earlier on a camera, that was insane. I'll have to go back and stream and look at that. Hey, did you hear the beep? The beep returned. Glad to have you back. Alright, I am going to move the Birmingham radar to the Atlanta radar now. Storms are getting close to that. Move this all around here. I'm nervous for tomorrow's setup too because of how widespread the damaging winds may be. It does not look fun. Looks like a lot of damaging winds. But who knows, maybe the NAM 3K will be correct and it won't be as bad as what other models are projecting. NAM 3K being correct, yeah. I doubt it. I doubt that will happen. Now, if the NAM is correct, that's a different story. The NAM does not have the same scenario as the NAM 3K. I do like the NAM this year. The NAM has actually been really nice this year. A new severe watch, apparently. Way back here. Wow, that's a huge severe watch. 1 county in New Mexico, 3 counties in the Texas Panhandle. There's no way that's all of it. That's not all of it. There ain't no way they issued a 4-county severe watch. That's cap. There ain't no way. Oh my word, they issued a 4-county severe watch. That might just be one of the smallest watches I've seen. A new severe watch for 4 counties for the next 6 hours. Dude, they actually just issued a 4-county severe watch in northeast New Mexico, the northwestern panhandle of Texas. There, that's crazy. Still 70 mile an hour winds ongoing along the I-75 corridor in far southeast Tennessee. Our beeps returned. Let's go. They left for like an hour and a half. Let me see. So that's Cleveland. Where's Cleveland on here? Okay, so halfway to Cleveland is right there after that turns. So right here is where the wind gust is. And that camera's down. Well, at least I know I found the wind gust. Is the camera's down. All right, I got a camera right on this turn, right here. Let me clear off the... Right there is where I've got a camera. So if that gets rough, I will switch you guys over there. Yeah, the southern end here, back towards Carrollton, looks like that is strengthening up to about 70 mph severes. So we'll watch that. Carrollton, make sure you are indoors, away from doors and windows there. West Central Georgia, 70 mph winds there. Like I said, no longer any PDS severe warnings in effect. We lost both of those. We've had 4 now today. So definitely safe to say the enhanced risk is very well verified. Which, to be honest with you, I didn't expect one bit. I did not expect it to verify. Once I woke up and looked at models, I thought, hey, maybe this isn't going to do much. Yeah, I was wrong. It definitely did something, that's for sure. You definitely won't get this strong of winds, but likely 60 to possibly isolated 70 mph winds will still be ongoing going into western, northwestern South Carolina around 8 o'clock Eastern tonight. Yeah, probably the biggest severe watch I've seen in my entire life. Got issued out here in New Mexico and the Northwest Panhandle of Texas. It is for four counties. 4 counties. Now, it's different when a severe watch gets disextended and it's only left for like 4 or 5 counties, but this is a new severe thunderstorm watch. A just issued severe thunderstorm watch for 4 counties. 4. 4 counties for that severe watch. 60 to 70 mph winds are approaching my camera. I'll tell you if I see anything. At least the camera I have pulled up, I'm not seeing much at the moment. But that's the main area for damaging winds right now. The second main area is probably back out here with this storm going towards Carrollton in west central Georgia. Okay. Thankfully, today has not been any tornadic day. It hasn't been anything tornadic today. We had tornado warnings very early this morning, but nothing during the entire near 4 hours we've been live. Also, something I'd love to keep track of whilst we are live is power outages. And right now, there is just over 130,000 people without power in the state of Alabama. Most of those are from Winston and Lamar counties in northwest Alabama. Also, Tennessee is starting to skyrocket in power outages. Hamilton County, 4,000 people without power. I believe that's the county that Chattanooga is very close to, if not in. And then Mississippi, a little under 15,000 people without power, most of those being in Monroe County in northeast Mississippi. Possibly had an unwarned tornado, but it definitely has not been confirmed at all. There's been nothing to prove that that was a tornado. It did have a really good signature, but it wasn't. We haven't gotten any reports. Nobody's confirmed it. No National Weather Service employee ever said that that was a TDS on radar. Nothing like that. So even though I still believe it was an unwarned tornado, it easily could have just been damaging winds that picked up some debris. Yep, New Watch Forest. We went over it. It's literally 4 counties. Carrollton, Georgia for a brief tornado threat. Let me just look it up. I lost my camera in Tennessee, man. Oh, down in here? Yeah, you're watching that. I see. All right, camera's back. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on that. That's actually not that bad of an area to watch. Ben, I literally just said that. I literally just said that. This dude. No, I don't think Ben's okay. Missouri, likely not going to see much today. Much of Missouri should go without any severe weather today. Tomorrow should be a different story. We've got a large chunk under the gun for severe weather in that yellow area. That's a level 2 out of 5. I'm trying to pull up some data to see what may happen. Looks like the primary threat is damaging winds and isolated large hail. Could get a brief spin-up tornado threat, but the tornado threat is fairly on the lower side. And then that's really it. Tomorrow's your main day for severe storms out there in Missouri. Some outflow boundary action out there, coastal NC. These severes are being downgraded yet again as they near the Appalachian Mountains. Still could see 70-mile-an-hour winds with this. I'm pretty surprised they downgraded that. They downgraded both of those severes to 60. Yes, I use WeatherWise. Yep, I sure do. It's nothing against WeatherWise, but at the moment, I don't do sponsorships. It's nothing against anybody. It's just I don't do sponsorships at the moment. That might be something I do in the future when storm chasing becomes a lot more frequent and I have to have extra money, but right now I don't do any sponsorships with anybody. Yeah, easily could be seeing 70-mile-an-hour winds here going over Carrollton in west central Georgia. So we'll keep an eye on that. Even though velocities indicate 70-mile-an-hour winds in here, traffic cameras don't correlate with that. I really didn't see much more than probably 20-mile-an-hour winds on this camera. I really didn't see anything, to be honest with you. And that was right inside of those 70-mile-an-hour pixels. So likely that's another reason why they have gone ahead and downgraded it, is because our traffic cams in the area haven't really observed anything ever since Chattanooga. I don't use radar scope much on streams, but I use radar scopes every single time I chase. Every single time I chase, it's always radar scope. And WeatherWise. And WeatherWise too. On my other device, WeatherWise is my #1 go-to. But on my phone, it's radar scope. WeatherWise it's always been very quick to update when I'm chasing, and the location thing's very helpful. I can just always keep it on. And like, you could see my location, or I could see his, depending on who's chasing, or if we're chasing together, so I just keep it on. It's crazy how fast WeatherWise entered the I don't know what you want to call it, enter the competition for radar softwares, it just took over. I mean, within 2 months, it was better than pretty much every other radar site out there. As I still love GR2. Like I said, it's going to be very difficult for any radar software to ever dethrone GR2 analysis for me. If anything even can, I don't know. I think I'm always going to be a GR2 guy. I don't think I will ever not be. Henderson NC. The line will likely be substantially weaker by then, but you could still see 50, up to 50 mile-an-hour winds. About 8, maybe is, I would say 8. Yeah, 8 o'clock Eastern. About 2.5, 3 hours from now. Bowling Green, Missouri. Probably not going to get much up there, Misty. I'm pretty sure. Hello, I went to Bowling Green, Missouri, not Asheville, North Carolina. Thank you. Yeah, marginal today. Storms have really, honestly, they're about to pass you and they look very, very weak. Really good job on the SPC for not taking the bait on issuing a 2% tornado risk out here. Because honestly, I really saw it today. So really, really good job by them. I'm not sure exactly what showed them to not issue the 2%, like what triggered them not to, but the NAM, the HRRR, the NAM 3K, NATOcast, CSU were all hinting towards a tornado threat up here, and they never issued a risk, and it's not done anything. So yeah, you're on a slight risk tomorrow, Misty, but I think storms will fire off to your south for tomorrow. That's what it looks like. Storm should fire to your southwest. So you could still see heavy rain, isolated damaging wind gusts, but the main threat should stay off to your south. You are in a 2% tornado risk tomorrow, though. But personally, at the moment, I don't see much, but you still want to stay weather aware just in case we see uptrends in the future. And you are under that slight risk already, so you need to be weather aware. But again, I don't expect much. Likely 60 to potentially as high as 70 mile-an-hour winds moving through southern Cleveland, southeast Tennessee right now. Oops. Let me go back up to Missouri again. Looks like there is a rotating supercell in central Missouri, though. That's our conditional tornado threat trying to ramp up out here, but it was supposed to ramp up at 2:30. So it definitely didn't do that, but there is still a chance for a tornado threat with one of these supercells as they move off to the east. So I would still keep an eye on this as it moves off to the east, southeast. Doesn't hurt to just keep an eye on it just in case. Strongest storm right now is approaching Atlanta, Georgia. That is our strongest storm currently ongoing. Go back to our radar site here. That is not the one I wanted to go for. This one. It is our only considerable severe. You'll see a new one issued there shortly. Weatherwise got it first. Weatherwise is so fast, it's crazy. Want to see if I can get any cameras in Georgia for us. See if we got any good facing cameras. I have not, Otter. I really want to, but I haven't gotten around to downloading it. That might be something I end up doing later on. like late next week or early, mid or late next week. Okay. Let me see. We have so many cameras in Georgia. What? Why is there so many webcams in Georgia? There is so many cameras in Georgia, dude. Oh, that one's horrible. Trying to see if I got any good cameras that can look up a bit more. The only one that's looking up is fully fogged out right now. The resolution is horrible with these cameras, but there is so many of them. Let's see here. Come on, one of these ought to be at least somewhat good. Might just have to settle for one that's looking at traffic. Yeah. I have one along I-20 south of is that Winston, I believe. So if we go ahead and take weatherwise out here, see if we can find Winston in this area along I-20, and there's I-20 and Winston. So I've got a camera here. If it starts to get rough or have anything crazy with it, I'll show you guys it, but we're going to stay with radar for the moment. Good old radar. Yeah, this is our only significant severe now, and it is approaching the metro of Atlanta, Georgia over the next hour. So if you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button. We're coming up on 200 likes on this live stream. Also, if you're new, consider hitting that subscribe button with a notification bell set to all so you can help us get to 10,000 subscribers. We are approaching it very, very rapidly. We're getting there quite quickly. And also, if you can, share this stream with your family, friends, social media. It's greatly appreciated. It helps spread the word about today's severe weather threat. I want to see if I can find this. Oh my goodness, there actually is. Wait a second, hold on. Let me see this. Can I change the color table for it? Might show you guys this real quick. I gotta wait for it to load. I better close some of these tabs before my computer explodes on me. Will Marietta, Georgia get anything? Is that northwest of Atlanta? Because if so, yes. For sure. You're about to be slammed with very heavy rain and probably about 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. I think the greatest winds will stay to your south, but yeah, you're about to be hit with some very strong wind speeds. Yeah, so what I wanted to do was look at the HRRR with you guys. This is on a new website that a lot of people in the weather community have been using. And I haven't shown it much at all. But I want to show you the wind gusts because let's look at this together and see what's the peak wind gusts we can find for tomorrow. So there's 88. That's 72. 91. 91 simulated wind gusts right there. Oh, 102. 102. So this is the wind gust for 6 p.m. tomorrow. I just want to see if we can find a crazy wind gust here at all on the HRRR. Nothing wild there. Nothing too crazy. I mean, 80 mile-an-hour winds all over the place. This, okay, so that model run that showed like 116 or so mile-an-hour winds, yeah, we just found one that was higher. 122 mile-an-hour wind gusts portrayed by the HRRR for tomorrow. 108. I don't think we're going to beat 122. I don't see a way we beat that. Yeah, no. Yeah. 122 mile-an-hour wind gust. Dude, where was that? Yep, right there. 122. That's portrayed for 10 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow by the HRRR. I just wanted to show you guys that because I didn't get a look at it, so I wanted to see if there was a wind gust around 120 or so, and ended up being 122. You didn't see 162, did you, Misty? Did you see a higher wind gust? I saw 122, which is absurd. Yeah, but that's crazy for a model run to be portraying. That's for tomorrow's event. You did? Really? I missed that. Maybe it was 60, like 62. There wasn't a 1 in front of it. Are you sure? I doubt there was one that high. Look at 12Z. Okay, yeah, let's look at 12Z too. Let's do 12Z HRRR on this. Looks like the highest winds are probably going to be near Dallas. 90s. Not seeing any 100. Oh, 100 on the dot right there. 111. Dude, okay, let's back it up a little bit back here. Looks like 111 is going to be the max on this one. Yep. That's still crazy. That is still crazy. Man. Alright, they did downgrade that to 60 mile-an-hour winds as well. So everything is back down to 60, I believe. Yep. We're back down to 60 mile-an-hour wind gusts across our whole line. So that's good. We're back down to just ordinary severes. I've been live for over 4 hours, y'all. We're going to be sitting here all day tomorrow. So I don't want to be here all day today, but we will stay live for a bit longer here. But there's no new information that's going to come out from the SPC for a while, so we shouldn't miss anything. I don't think we're going to see this ramp up much anymore. I believe that was the last big ramp up. I still think we could see 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts on that northern side still. I wouldn't be surprised. But I think our main threat is starting to decrease now. I didn't expect us to see 2 more 80-mile-an-hour severes. I thought we were really decreasing. Once we got over the Huntsville radar site, I thought we were starting to really decrease with everything. But then, out of nowhere, it started to re-intensify as it left northeast Alabama. Yeah, so we are down to 1... Oh, that's actually not how many we're at. That's a lie. We're down to 1, 2, 3, 4 severes in the main risk area. I think we have we have a North Carolina tour possible severe. And that actually has 60 to possibly even upwards of 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts with it. One of our first tour possible severes of the day. It's not our first one, but it is one of our first ones. And it is for New Bern in East Central, kind of southeast NC. Did I ever get hit by this storm? Whatever happened to that? I never heard it. Maybe I was probably just deaf. Did I ever get hit by this? I did. I did. I literally got heavy rain out of it. I just never heard it because I was so focused on coverage 30 minutes ago. I literally got rain, didn't even know about it. It's crazy. We are at 9,775 subscribers. We're getting close to the next main 100. We're almost at 9,800. We're so close to the big 10K. We're so close. We are very close. It's going to be a wild day when we hit that one. That's the biggest milestone since, like, I think that's the biggest, probably the second biggest milestone I'm ever going to be able to hit. The first one is 1,000. Your first 1,000 subscribers means literally, like, everything. But, man, the channel has been it's been through so many phases. There has been so many phases for this channel. I've changed up so many things. I looked back on some of the older videos and streams that we did with thumbnails and just the style, and oh my word, it has improved so much. And it's taken so long to improve it. It takes a long time. The main thing I'm glad for, this might sound crazy, but I'm really glad I didn't just explode in one day. Like, some YouTube channels go from no subscribers to, like, 20,000 subs in a week. I'm glad that didn't happen to me, because you need the experience. You really need the experience on how to work with the YouTube algorithm. So I appreciate everybody for giving me that chance to experiment with things, and we're not done with experimenting. There still could be some things that change around with the channel here and there, especially with overlays, but I'm pretty happy with where we've gotten to. I may change some of the overlays. Like, I kind of want to change it to where we can have, like, this, like a severe thunderstorm warning, for instance, like that. I want to change it around to where we could have something like that, and each phase we can have, like, the severe tornado warnings and then the destructive severes, whilst also having that overlay thing at the bottom. Little rotation with that, but it's likely some corruption there. I can't wait to start up a bunch of videos on hurricane season. I can't wait to do a lot more videos. Bunch of severes, 3 severes in Easton Sea now. Yeah, these overlays I've made myself. Yeah. Now there's obviously sites that I use, like the overlay site, and then the video for the RGB, and then also the other things too, like this. This is fully made from me. The only thing that I didn't completely make is that clock. That clock is from like clock.gov or something. That's the only thing I didn't make. Everything on this other than the clock is fully handmade by me. And this, the RGB isn't mine. The clock isn't mine. The overlay isn't mine. You can find links to the RGB, the clock, and the overlay all in the description, so you can literally make this overlay yourself. Very simple, very easy. Yep, everything's still at 60-mile-per-hour wind gust here. Our beeps have started back up again. I don't know when the first tropical storm in the Atlantic season is going to form. You know what? That's my hot take. I have no idea. There's 50 to 60-mile-an-hour winds approaching this area. So just make sure you're not outside. You'll be fine. Just don't go outdoors and you'll be good. The southern side of this line has really fallen apart now. It went from falling apart to 70-mile-an-hour winds and back to falling apart. Okay, Lord have mercy. What is updating? Georgia. Severe updated in Georgia. Oh, they just extended all these severes. That's what it was. I was like, what is happening? No, but the hype around this system, I do not understand people who keep doing it. Last year, there's 2 specific YouTubers. I'm not going to call them out. I haven't commented on their channels or called them out, but they keep doing it every single year. Every single hurricane season, they go to the GFS and they start saying development is imminent, major development, hurricane possible, tropical storm in the middle of June. And nothing ever happens. They are wrong time and time and time and time and time and time again. And they keep being wrong. They don't learn their lesson. They're wrong, 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 wrong. And they don't learn from their mistakes. They just continue to get it incorrect. And that's what I don't understand. I don't understand people who keep getting the forecast wrong and don't change it. If you don't change something, if you're consistently wrong with the weather forecast and you're not changing anything, you're never going to be right. You're just going to keep being wrong, wrong, wrong. And I know at least 2 people who are consistently doing that and getting thousands and thousands of views and tens of thousands of subscribers from it. And they are just wrong. And they're just probably creating a bunch of panic. I would bet it's creating a lot of panic. And then them doing that, you know, they're damaging their own reputation, but I have a good feeling they don't care about the reputation. They care about the money. I have a good feeling about that. Pretty sure that's what they're in it for, considering what their videos look like. But they're ruining meteorologists' reputation. And mine too. I'm not a meteorologist, but you know, I try my best to keep things a little bit down now. Of course, we have our moments. I have my thumbnails where I overhype something. Someone calls me out. I'm like, dang, that is overhyped. My bad. But it hurts the reputation of like meteorologists and weather YouTubers who try to be genuine with risks. Because you have people who are calling for major development, which hints at a major hurricane. You know, if you hear major development possible in the Gulf, you're going to think Category 3 plus hurricane possible. And then you go look, watch this. You could go watch that video, major hurricane development possible, and then you switch over to the NHC. Nothing in the next 7 days. Now, it is different when you say, like, you know, keeping an eye on this area or something for development possible. eventually. But no, they're going full at it. Like, major development possible, hurricane possible in the middle of July or June, rather. And it's only based off the GFS. Literally, that's it. It's only based off the GFS. So just that's another example of what I was trying to say with learning from your mistakes. If you're wrong and wrong and wrong time and time again, and you're being called out for 3 years straight, change something. Change it. This channel has gone through a lot of overhauls before. Thumbnail overhauls from me, the occasional very hyped thumbnail, one clickbait thumbnail. That changes the way I do thumbnails. Wording, I've changed so much with it. Someone who's been here for more than probably just 3 months would be able to recognize that change and stuff. We did just get an observed 70-mile-an-hour severe and tour possible here in North Carolina. That is actually ramping up. Near New Bern. So we'll watch that. I will say, Tyler, I disagree with that. I know you're not trying to say a channel name, but that's not who I'm talking about. If you think that person is hyping up and they are in it for the money, you are on the wrong side of YouTube and you're going after the wrong people. That person is not... That's one of the better people on YouTube, literally. That's one of the more genuine creators in the weather community, in my opinion. I think, Drew, I do believe that it hurts meteorologists' reputation a bit. I do think that YouTube has damaged and helped damage some reputation from meteorologists and weather enthusiasts around. But at the end of the day, it's still people trying to save lives. Even if they're in it for the money, which is a horrible thing to be in it for the money as a weather channel. At the end of the day, they're still helping people be weather aware. But I do think it's hurt. It's definitely hurt reputation before, for sure. But like I said, at the end of the day, it's still people helping the general public be weather aware and learn more about weather. Let's go back to this radar site. Yeah, these winds have all died out. So if you're anywhere here in Atlanta pointing south, it's definitely going to be gusty. I can tell you it is going to be gusty because it has a outflow boundary gust front with it. So it is going to be gusty. It's going to be 30, 40 mile an hour winds. Maybe worst case scenario up to 60 mile an hour winds. That's what the warning is for. Up to 60 mile an hour winds. But yeah, there is also some tree damage reports there near Douglasville. But it's starting to break apart. We're starting to go sub-severe in some parts of this line. The only significant severe is in North Carolina right now. And that says something. The only two significant severes are for the same storm in North Carolina. And it is trying to rotate. And it does have at least 70 mile an hour winds with it. What is it observed by? Law enforcement. This thunderstorm has a history of producing tree damage. So it's observed damage. Not necessarily observed 70 mile an hour winds. It's observed damage that is likely produced by 70 mile an hour winds. Let's clear that out. I appreciate that, Proxy. I'm glad I could help you learn stuff. That's another thing I really want to do is try to help other people learn about radar. That's why I'm there's definitely more people who do tutorials like mine out there, but I'm one of the creators who have done some how-to tutorials. And I want to do that on a model run site eventually. I want to do that on a model run site of how to like read model runs and what to look out for and to not go 340 hours out on the GFS and say major hurricane possible in the Gulf. Definitely don't do that. Let's see here. Thank you guys for 200 likes. I greatly appreciate it. We are now at over 200 likes. So I know there's a bunch of people in here who are wanting to know about what's going to happen with their risk area, but I am about to end stream. We've been here for about 4.5 hours. I'm going to go get me some supper. I'm going to do a bunch of stuff today, get everything done so that way I can be here for 12 or so hours tomorrow for the potential derecho. So I greatly appreciate all 7,000 plus of you guys for tuning in. One of the best live streams we've had in the last like 2-3 weeks or so. There's not much significant severe weather happening. There is some severe weather still ongoing in Georgia, but it is dying out. The most significant weather is definitely in coastal NC. So I would stay live, but tomorrow is going to be a very, very long day. So I don't want to stay here with these severe storms, which are about 60-mile-an-hour winds. I mean, we're going to have potentially upwards of 100-mile-per-hour winds tomorrow in Texas and Oklahoma, and I want to be live for that. So just if you are in the remainder of the risk area, just stay hyper weather aware. Keep an eye on things. If you're in any of the severe thunderstorm warnings, make sure you're indoors away from doors and windows. And just keep an eye on things. I don't expect any tornadic activity tonight. And I will see you guys in tomorrow's live stream. We're going to head to the ending screen so we can do 3 minutes of our outro music. I'm always going to be doing that. We're always going to have intro and outro music unless it's an urgent stream. I'm always going to do this music because I love it personally myself, and it gives us time to chat before I talk and then also as I end talking. So I appreciate all the mods for my chat, and again, I appreciate every last 7,000 plus of you guys for tuning in. I really appreciate it. Also, thank you for 200 likes on the live stream. If you haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button with the notification bell set to all. We are about 13 subscribers away from getting to 9,800. We could try to hit that tomorrow or sometime this month, we'll see, but getting very close to that 10,000 mark, and I really, really appreciate it. I hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your Saturday night. Go get some much needed rest before we have that long, about 10-hour coverage tomorrow. Stay safe, watch severe weather. See you guys in tomorrow's live stream. Goodbye. Stay safe, watch the fair weather. I'll see you guys in tomorrow's live stream. Have a great rest of your day.